Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more. Of course, it's going to go through the health warning first. Yep, autosave. Okay. Welcome back to more Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. All right, last time we left off, let's see what happened. I believe that we had our first case standing on our own without Phoenix, and we defended a mob boss's son from his treacherous fiance who wanted him dead in order to collect the money that he was going to inherit. It was all very sweet and wholesome in the end. This time, we're going to continue on. Turnabout Serenade. And hopefully, I'm going to finish this case today. Let's find out, shall we? Now, I have spoiled myself a little bit because I wanted to write something for the description. But I don't know who the main killer is. And I don't know any of the story beats behind it other than what's in the description. So let's begin. Rock on, everyone. This party is not over yet. Get out your handkerchiefs for our special guest. That's right, babies. The night's just getting started. Thank you for coming to the Gavineers Guilty as Charged tour. This ends the first part of tonight's show. There will now be a 20-minute intermission. July 7th, 8:05 p.m. Backstage hallway. Just a moment, I need to check and see. Oh. All right.
This is so cool! Us at a Gavineers concert!
Huh? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Gavineers putting the sick back in music.
Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice. Sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know.
When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free.
Let's head into his dressing room, Apollo. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gavineers show.
Trucy, you didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before this case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name?
Oh, this guy. Well, he was more of a prince, really. He let us in. Klavier. What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock.
God awful, maybe.
I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gavineers albums and 15 concert videos.
That was quite a bit of impulse shopping.
I got an advance on my next 15 years worth of allowance.
For Mr. Wright, that sounds like a real act of generosity. Who would have imagined me here at a Gavineers concert watching Prosecutor Gavin rock? To be honest, he was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy. Oh no. July 7th, Gavineers dressing room.
Ah, you made it! Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets.
And the invoice you sent along with them.
You were incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin.
Nothing like the music to bring the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself.
Amaroa's singing, right? She's the siren of the ballad?
Oh yeah, that flyer said she flew all the way over for the show. That's right, I happened to catch a show while overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us. And Moore says, you praise me too highly. Whoa! Who's this guy? He's huge! Allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Toulouse, Lemiroir's manager, and her interpreter, incidentally. It is a great honor for both of us to be here, and a great honor for Lemiroir to be heard in this country. Yes. This. There's only one way for me to properly telegraph how this sounds normally, and that is, well, I'm going to give you all a warning now. If you're averse to high-pitched noises, cover your ears. 3, 2, 1. That's coming out, right? There we go. Yeah, it's cuss language. That voice, that swearing. I wish I could understand it. Beautiful. I don't know if this is a good idea or not anymore. I can't, like, tap it to make it, like, do it randomly, but hey, it is what it is.
Oh, it's Lemiroir! I'm actually meeting Lemiroir!
Lemiroir, mysterious songstress. Her quiet, deep song glides through the air, lilting above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. Lemiroir says, we have long looked forward to this joint performance. Lemiroir, your voice, it is art. You say her name a little different? How do you say it, Moss? That's probably how. Yet, without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice. I've seen this kid somewhere before.
He plays the piano at all of Lemiroir's concerts. He's cute, and he's a really good pianist.
Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Allow me to introduce Machi Tobai. He is blind. This is why he never strays far from Lemiroir. They are always together. They're like characters from some fairy tale.
Lemiroir is so, what's that word? Exotic! And mysterious.
She does seem quite pretty. At least her eyes do. Hers is a kind of sightseeing musique.
Huh?
She travels the globe, putting the sights to see into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm.
Sights into song. That's so poetic.
She was gracious enough to put my music into lyrics tonight. The guitar serenade. I hope you enjoy it.
I can't wait.
And now it is time. For the next part, we're giving the Gaviniers hard rock a little rest. Lemiroir, the stage is yours. The band members will not play during Lemiroir's ballad. Only Machi's tender notes and Lemiroir's dulcet voice. And my guitar, of course.
Nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know?
I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in chords of steel. Shall we hit the stage then?
Good luck, Mr. Gavin.
Take care of your hearts and aren't stolen away, yeah?
Let's get back to the concert hall, Polly.
I'm gonna shut up now. I really hope his guitar catching fire was part of the act. It didn't look like it. Is he okay? Right, back to the voice. July 7th, 9:05 p.m., backstage hallway. Also, very beautiful singing.
Wow, wasn't Lemon Roar amazing?
I even cried a little. I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar.
Yeah, that even surprised me. And I'm a magician. What a production.
What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was.
Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he was my new hero.
I'm not sure I'd call that art.
Well, what are we doing here?
Hi, Lord X.
Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show.
How many breaks does this band need? You'd be very surprised. Slap her? Slap who? Slap Tracy? I'm not gonna slap Tracy. Also, hi, Ivan Sang. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I asked that man in charge. I play new rock, not great balls of fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire who's ever responsible.
He seems upset.
Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it.
So much for risking your life for art.
The guitar serenade is ruined. Ruined!
Well, let's try to talk to him at least.
I'm not sure that's the best move right now. Yo, I can dig this new song.
You mean the guitar that wasn't a part of the act?
Part of the act? Who'd burn up a guitar on purpose?
But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away.
Wait, you think the audience thought that it was... Sounds like he got lucky.
They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did.
He got lucky, and he didn't even realize it. Anyway, that guitar was the Ferrari of guitar. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke. Usually frugal for a rock band. You would be amazed there, Apollo.
Try saying that to Mr. Gavin.
Achtung! There's been one disaster after another. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken.
Hey, told me there'd be days like these. Wasn't Amarora's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin?
Ah, yes. Thanks, it was collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody.
You know, I was surprised she could sing in English.
I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here. What's this? A lyric sheet. It's yours. Signed by myself, un Lamiror.
Thanks so much.
All I ever get to sign are client defense agreements. Almost time for the third act of the night.
Oh, there's more?
All right, later, Lord X. Yes, Lamiror's part is done. Now it's time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? Hope you are ready to catch it.
Ready, Apollo?
I think I'll pass. I like the bit with Lamiror, but the rest could use a volume knob turned way down.
Ah, Apollo, you're getting old.
Ah! Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? I'm not going to answer that. I am not going to answer that.
Well, I'm going.
Let's the old folks rest backstage, yeah? Time to rock. Hey, you're older than I am! Is that what I think it is? That's an odd guitar. The design is that character I saw in the hallway, but with sunglasses. What a strange mascot. Looks like he's crying. Since when was rock about crying? They should name this guy Emo. A police uniform. Next to it is a policeman's hat and a pair of handcuffs. I guess the band is really into the police. Must be Prosecutor Gavin's bad influence. Thought rock and roll was all about being rebellious, though. That police officer looks ready to rock. Some kids must see this and actually want to be cops. Somehow, I don't think a rocking defense attorney would work too well. A delicious bowl of stew, made of plastic. The bottom of the bowl has a G on it. They sell these at concerts? Whatever happened to t-shirts? A postcard of Lamarore. I can't read a single word of the sentence on the bottom. Tracy might want one of these. I'll show it to her next time we're here. Thick leather gloves and sunglasses. Maybe I'll try these on. On second thought, no. They might be evidence for one of Prosecutor Gavin's cases. Oh, no evidence there. That guitar looks like it was made out of a cop car door. That's right. Teresa's not here to set me straight. I feel kind of lonely. There's graffiti on the mirror. And lipstick. Wait, but the Gavineers are all guys. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin wears lipstick? Maybe I'll tease him about it later. An old-fashioned speaker hangs from the ceiling. That must be to monitor what's happening out on stage. I think we had the same kind in my school's PA system. That's a long time ago. Oh, hold on. I forgot to turn you back up, didn't I?
Yes.
Hold on. For those of you who can't hear him, Doom's here. There we go. Say hi, Doom.
Could you please stream in the VC?
Yep,
also,
going.
Hello, YouTube. Thank you. I just came back with my dinner.
In that case, I'm going to turn you down so people can't hear all the clanging.
Nah, don't worry. I'll just mute myself.
All right. Now then. Chains dangle from the ceiling. They aren't glamorous, but I bet Detective Sky'd have something to say about them. Glamorous, I mean, whatever. English is weird. All right, let's move. To the backstage hallway. July 7th, backstage hallway.
Hey, it's you! That right kid!
Detective Sky. I'll let that right kid business pass.
Call me Emma.
There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here?
Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me, in charge of security in this pit.
You're in charge of security? Security? Did something happen?
There's no knowing with that glamorous top. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star?
He is a big rock star.
Hey, you listening to me?
So, where's this door here lead to?
This one? That's Lamarore's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snack-ooze in your face.
Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Emma? Never seen someone eat snacks with such vehemence. Better give her a wide berth. But don't... She snack-ooed me. Ow. Emma? Ow! Stop that! Snack KO'd me, I should say, not snack-o'd. What's that odd-looking doll doing there?
Oh, that's the blue badger.
Did you try either talking or munching, but not both? She snack KO'd me.
Serves me right for going out of my way.
Sorry, I don't sneak snack food. Alright, let's see. Come to think of it, I'm a little thirsty.
I'll have some tea.
think I'll get a water.
I'll have tea.
You want tea so bad, go buy it for yourself.
I'll take a tea.
A Gavineer's guilty as charged tour poster.
They're plastered all over this place. It's annoying.
This is the concert venue, it makes sense.
Why? Everyone here is already here. Why advertise to them?
You'll like to see the poster at the concert. It's part of the experience.
You have to find fault with everything I say.
I'll take those snack things away from you if you keep that up, Emma. It's a pretty sturdy looking box there. Maybe it's an instrument case. There's a guitar next to it.
Don't even think about taking that.
I don't think I could even carry it. Gee, snack. Stop that! Yeah, I know. I'm just having a peek. So this is Lamaror's dressing room.
If you even think about going in there, I'll...
What was that? Was that a gunshot? Something's going on.
You! Out of my way!
Emma!
Lamaror!
Lamaror!
It's not locked.
I'm going in. July 7th, 9:30 p.m. Lamaror's dressing room. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. Oh shit, he dead! It's Lamaror's manager, Mr. What's his name?
Lettuce! Oh no! Hey, you!
Me?
Watch this room for me. I have to go call for backup.
Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right?
And don't touch anything. I'll be right back.
What's going on? I just talked to him, and now...
He's still alive.
He's alive! He's alive! Mr. Toulouse, can you hear me? Shot. I was shot. Who? Who shot you? I don't know. Ask what? Ask witness. Witness? There was a witness? Who? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there. Tell me, who was the witness? Witness is siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Mr. Toulouse! And he's gone. He's gone. Yeah, Emma! What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now?
Huh? No.
I could have sworn I heard a door close.
The concert's been canceled. Backup's on its way. Is Mr. Toulouse?
He's gone.
He's dead, isn't he? That's terrible.
I lost him. Romain Toulouse. Shot. And I heard his last words. The witness is the siren. Whatever that means. July 7th, backstage hallway. Venue's locked down. We took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good work, Good work, Darian. I'll let you know if I find anything out about the victim. Later. It's investigation time then, yeah, Fraulein Detective?
I don't need some rock and rolling prosecutor to tell me that.
Run requests I must make. Tell no one, on staff or otherwise, anything of this.
Ooh, a gag order!
No word gets out other than that Mr. Toulouse is dead. No word of the cause of death or of the murder. Tell no one, not even Lamaror, not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this hair forehead. Yours too, Fraulein. On that? An investigation request? Why just us? Trucy, shut up. He's letting us actually look around the crime scene. This is a gold mine right here. You two are civilians. It's standard procedure. That should be okay to sign, I think. Information concerning the crime to be restricted to police and related parties. Right. Well, get started with the investigation. I'm on it already. Ah, and one tip for you. Huh? Me? Try not to get in the Fraulein detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. Gee, I wonder why. You're all questioned as witnesses. And now, none of us can go home. We'll investigate, all right. Our way.
Somehow I don't see us going back to that crime scene anytime soon.
I still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon.
There's no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case.
I worry about you, Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is.
Something the matter?
No. No, let's get cracking. I'm the only one who was there. The only one who heard his last words. The witness is Siren. First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. I have a pretty good idea. Court record, characters. I believe she's the siren of the ballad. Hello? Okay, let's start examining for reals this time. What's this thing?
What's that? It looks like some kind of a future phone.
Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset.
What's a headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Toulouse might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards?
I don't think it was wearing when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. It must be turned on.
That's the Blue Badger, the police mascot.
Does the Blue Badger have something to do with the band?
Well, yeah. The Blue Badger is the Gavineer's mascot, too.
Huh. Go figure.
I hear those things fly off the shelves.
I'll have to take a closer look at one someday. Oh boy, the Badgers. They keep showing up! I hate that they keep showing up because they're so good! We'll get into that in another game. Surely.
I'm thirsty, Apollo.
Want something to drink?
How about this one? A Steel Samurai soda.
Now in real steel flavor.
Huh?
Here, my treat.
Hey, this isn't enough change.
The machines outside are cheaper. This one is highway robbery. Okay. A concert poster for the Guilty as Charged tour.
I love that name, Guilty as Charged.
Seems kind of negative to me.
Well, why don't we do the opposite? Magician Trucy presents the Innocent as Charged tour.
It kind of loses its impact, doesn't it?
That's the point.
Looks like an instrument case. A big one.
There's a great magic trick you can do with one of these.
Huh? What kind?
The miraculous beautiful girl escapes the case illusion.
So it's the girl who's miraculous, not the escape?
So picky. I wish I could do your voice better.
That's the Gavineer's dressing room. The crime scene was Lamoureux's dressing room. Next door.
Never knew where clues would be hiding, Apollo. Let's case this joint.
After you, Trucy, Private Eye. Okay, let's move. Let's move back into the Gavineer's dressing room and have a peek around.
Looks like nobody's here.
Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case, too. No rest for the wicked.
No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rocking. Rock! Rock!
I don't see anything different. Oh, wait. Right, she wanted to see this.
Look, it's a postcard of Lamoureux.
What are these letters at the bottom? I've never seen these before.
It must be her native tongue. Borginian.
Borginian, huh? Let's have a look at the court record real fast. She's painting, it looks like. Alright, let's head backstage again. And head to the stage, since we're not allowed inside the dressing room. July 7th, in the wings.
The stage looks empty.
I was hoping to get a chance to talk to Prosecutor Gavin.
Oh well, nothing to do but go to the crime scene, I guess.
I guess. Let's have a snoop around, shall we?
Wow, that piano looks much bigger close up. Machi played so beautifully.
Yeah, like a real pianist.
That's just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone as good as Machi a pianist? Well, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy.
Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. Ow! Trucy, the hell! That one hurt!
What a big stage! It's on a whole other scale than the Wonder Bar.
The lights were so bright I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert.
I'd love to do my act on a stage like this someday.
Just hold back on the lights, for my eyes' sake, please.
You'll be too blinded by my magic to worry about lights.
You probably don't want to blind the audience if you plan on showing them magic. Light mode! It burns us! Now that's a big instrument case.
That's a case for a contrabass, I think.
You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet.
It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument.
You could fit 5 Trucies in there, I bet.
Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like this.
A violin. Look, a ladder. Guess they need one to work on the lights and such.
Why don't they use a stepladder? I prefer stepladders, really. Is that so wrong?
Not wrong, just... Well, why do you prefer stepladders?
They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders.
I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you very much. Ooh. Look at all these electronic devices. I'm guessing they have something to do with sound.
Well, I guess when we can fiddle. Let's see here.
Don't touch that!
A healthy curiosity is the key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle. That's what Daddy always says.
They should require parental testing, clearly. Okay, to the crime scene!
Hey, please don't yell at us. Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come.
You have to let us investigate the scene, please.
You're attorneys, no? Shouldn't you wait until you have a client?
The twos didn't tell me to ask the witness Siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count?
Glare at me all you want. You'll get no snacks from me. Please, think of poor Lanaror. Oh well. I suppose you did find the body with me.
Great, let's get to it.
Right. Just try not to touch anything.
She's letting us look.
She's not touching her snacks.
This bodes well. There are clues here. I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung. No spot unspotted. Quickly, examine everything! Another ladder.
Actually, it's technically a stepladder.
Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination.
I'm less worried about the stepladder and more worried about why it's there.
Why is the ladder there? Well, climb, right? Reach something on the ceiling?
I still say it's a stepladder.
Like that vent.
What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies.
Huh? Nothing. It's nothing.
Maybe that's how the killer escaped. That's what you were thinking, right? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out, and that air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small.
don't think he'll are about your size, Trucy.
I didn't do it! I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you.
I know. Of course I don't think you did it.
It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo.
Oi! What have I done?
I do agree with Paul there. What has he done there for?
Ooh, hold on, what's this?
Ooh, a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma?
You're not going to say, can I have it, please, are you?
Oh,
Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me.
oh.
Not healthy to envy the young, Emma.
It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence.
Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution.
You need to learn to respect your elders a little.
Something seems so familiar with that brooch. Okay. Trucy's still after that brooch. Clearly.
No way. If you want one that bad, get your daddy to buy one for you. He always says, Trucy, if you want something, go find it or borrow it. Oh, and when in doubt, beg.
Leave it to Mr. Right. I should be concerned about Trucy's future, but I'm more concerned about the owner of that brooch.
These bullet holes?
Looks like it. There are two here in the wall.
From the look of it, the victim was shot once in the shoulder. The first shot must have missed. But there are two holes. Wouldn't that mean two misses?
The murder weapon is a .45 caliber revolver. It's very powerful.
I believe what we're seeing here is the mark left by the second bullet after it passed through his shoulder. Ouch! Sounds painful.
No kidding. I wonder about this murder weapon. Alright, you were saying, Doom? I'm a little dubious about them being 45s myself, but if the game says they're 45s, they're 45s. I'm turning you up now.
Yeah, that looks more like the destruction of 44 Magnum Nave at least.
357. That's my guess, personally.
Yeah, 357, 44 Mag. Yeah, somewhere around that range.
Hello, speaker. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
That's for monitoring the stage from this room.
Monitoring?
It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphone, useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Yes, I seem to recall it being loud and vaguely musical. It made it hard to hear Mr. Toulouse's last words.
Apollo, look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV.
Now, I know you guys are gonna say that's not that big. Back in my day, that would have been enough to buy a computer. That TV alone would have cost the same amount as a computer nowadays. You gotta remember, back in this day and age, TVs were expensive. You could spend thousands of dollars on a 45-inch TV.
Do you know in which year this game takes place?
I think it came out in 2003, 2008, somewhere around there. Hold on. Let me go get a definitive answer for you real quick. Okay, Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. Released in 2007. So yeah.
It's only 1 year older than me.
Yep, so yeah. It's completely reasonable that a TV this size could cost several $1,000s.
And how big did you say it was?
I'm not exactly sure how big it is. Hello, Rabbit Dude. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning back in again. Right now, we're discussing how big that TV is in the background, because Trucy says it's gigantic. Yeah, a wide, flat-screen TV. I want one of those.
You'll be wanting for a long time on your salary, Junior. Wait till you're as famous as Mr. Right was, then dream. I don't think Daddy was ever rich, even when he was in law.
Free. Just stomp on my dreams, why don't you? Okay. So that's a DVD case right there. So that's about that big. The average DVD case is about 6 inches long. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna say that's 24 inches across the bottom. So 24 plus 24 squared. Hold on. I need to do some geometry real fast. 24. And 18. Where's the squared button? Where's the squared button?
I love how we're actually going about the math of this as well, just to see how much it is would cost. Alright, that's my dessert done.
30 inches. That would be a 30-inch widescreen TV. Life's been treating me, honestly, kind of great. I got the next 5 days off to hang out and stream with all you guys. So yeah, we're gonna be getting a lot done this week. Now then, let's see. 30-inch widescreen TV price. 2007. The average price of TVs in 2007 peaked between $900 and $1,000.
And you could get a cheap gaming PC then.
No. This is $1,000 in 2007 money. Hold on. To the inflation calculator. Let's see. Let's see. In January 2007, let's go with $1,000 would be the same as $1,600.40 in today's money.
That could actually get you pretty high in specs PC.
Remember, back then PCs were garbage. This was before the advent of Steam and other computer games. Back then, we had to get our games through the CD-ROMs. No Steam downloads, no game downloads. You had to go out and buy a disc and install them through the physical format. So, yeah, back then a PC would cost you about maybe... if you were the average Joe Schmo going for a PC, maybe $600. If you really desperately wanted to get a gaming PC for whatever reason, maybe it would cost $1,500. Maybe more, probably more. I'm not 100% sure, but you gotta remember, this ain't a flat screen TV. This is one of them bulky ones. I'm sorry if you go off on a rant about TVs, but this fascinates me.
Okay, and with PCs back then, you probably also had a lot of this. Hear that?
Nope. Oh, you played the error message sound, didn't you? Yep, that's the one. Anyways, but yeah. This TV right here would cost more than my current PC setup. That is wild.
That's insane.
Yeah. So, sorry there, Apollo. You're not getting this anytime soon. Alright, let's continue speaking.
Oh, Apollo, can I eat some of those, please?
Absolutely not.
I I know, but still, I yearn. Look, you're not the only one eyeing that fruit there. Well, then what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Right.
Whoa, stop it. Are you too crazy?
Emma, you of all people should know better. But she tempted me. She's a temptress.
Please, grow up.
Agreed.
Hungry. There's another Gavin Ears poster here.
I'm just about sick of seeing those personally. Maybe I'll tear it down.
No tampering with the crime scene, Emma.
Maybe there's something else I can tear to shreds. Don't look at me!
What's this poster?
Let's see. This summer, a Legal Eagles production of...
You can't be fucking serious right now, right? Hold on. I need to send that to someone. Remind me after the stream to go send this to a YouTube channel because that's hysterical. Legal Eagles is the name of a prominent YouTube law channel. And the fact that this is here is hysterical to me.
Looks like a poster for a different show.
One I wouldn't mind seeing real soon, actually. Okay, looks like we did everything on this side. To the other side! Oh, really? Okay. Alrighty. This is the murder weapon, isn't it? This revolver. That's a dirty, hairy revolver right there! Sweet lord! That's a 44 Magnum Black Python, if I'm not mistaken. That's, I think it's a 44 Magnum Python? It's a big-ass revolver is what I'm saying. But 44 Magnum revolvers can shoot 357 Magnum bullets. So I don't know what they're on, calling this a 45 caliber revolver. I've shot 45 caliber. They don't look like this.
Yeah, when I put a picture of a for Mac Python right next to it, or what I called Anaconda as it's called as well.
Yep. They look exactly the same, don't they?
It looks similar, the only thing is below the barrel itself, it doesn't have that exactly.
What, this? The gas chamber?
A little bit below the barrel, yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that, but otherwise, the way it goes from the handle to the hammer, it looks pretty much the same, basically, yeah.
That's right, a big 45 caliber revolver. Wow, I wonder who bought this in here. I thought only police were allowed to have one of those. Are you giving me that look? I didn't do it.
I didn't.
Listen, I was out in the hall eating snackos when it happened.
I know. No one in here thinks you did it, Emma.
It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo.
Hey, what have I done?
Wait, if the killer bought a revolver, it must mean that they had planned this from the start. That's right?
Yeah, no, absolute. Look how big that gun is compared to his hand. That thing's fucking massive.
Yeah, no way that shoots a
That's a gun that's the same size as that hairdryer. Are you kidding me? Actually, it's bigger than the hairdryer.
No fucking way that shoots 45.
That's not 45. Someone on this game dev team was on something. They've obviously never seen a 45. When I think 45, I think of the 1911.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hi, Dynamic Tempo. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning back in. I subbed to you, and I saw that you've been streaming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I haven't tuned in because I don't want to get spoiled on that. But I can already tell that you do great work. I saw the chair clip. I'm so sorry about that. I hope you're okay. Right now, I'm just gushing about the fact that this revolver cannot be 45 caliber. That thing is way too big. It's gigantic. It's bigger than the hairdryer that's on the table. It's certainly big. It's certainly big enough to cause these. A 44 Magnum or a 357, certainly big enough to cause those bullet holes.
Yep.
I don't know where the gang gets off calling it a 45. Well, I'm glad you got the new chair. How's it working out for you? 25 caliber revolver. I'm gonna say 44 Magnum from now on. A 44 Magnum revolver. Very deadly.
You know, Apollo, I was wondering, what's a caliber? And what does a 44 mean?
Huh?
You want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words. Bigger bullets do more damage.
Wow. Chalk 1 point up for forensic science.
You know it. But it's not 45 inches, right? That'd be too big. What's the unit of measurements they use, Miss Science? Hush. Kid shouldn't ask so many questions.
I can actually answer that. Gun numbers are fucking weird, okay? They're fucking weird. From my understanding, a 45 caliber revolver measures 45 millimeters across the bottom of the bullet. That's my basic understanding of this thing. I might be very wrong. You know what? Hold on. I got the magic of Google on my side.
What the sulfur shoots 45 volts dead?
How? No, what? Measurements are used for caliber. Okay, got it. So I'm almost right. I made one mistake. Caliber is measured in either inches or millimeters. For example, a 22 caliber firearm means that the barrel is 0.22 inches in diameter. So, in other words, a 45 caliber barrel is 0.45 inches. About half an inch in diameter is the barrel and the bottom of the bullet.
The only thing that could convince me that thing is an actual 45 if it shoots a 45 Colt.
45 Colt?
Yeah, 45 long Colt or just Colt. Search up the bullet. It's way bigger than your usual 45 ACP, which the one.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. That would be a little more believable, but,
Yeah, let's just stick to the 44 Magnums.
actually, hold on, I forgot something. Hold on, court record, let me see that bullet, that gun, please. Thank you. Okay, I can tell you it's not the cavalry revolver. It's not a Colt, Army revolver. I can tell you that right now. The barrel's completely wrong. So, yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that this is a 44 Magnum. Y'all cool with that? I'm cool with that.
Search up 44 Colt. Magnum offer more power, higher recoil.
Thank you for the congratulations, by the way, Tempo. It really means a lot that you came in right when I got 300 subs. I hope you enjoy all my streams, by the way. I'm not stopping anytime soon. In fact, I already have figured out what I'm gonna play after I'm done with this trilogy. I've got it all planned out. All right, now let's have a look at the victim.
Decent plus 500 Magnum, thank fuck.
Yeah, no, if that was a 500 Smith & Wesson? What the hell? A 500 Smith & Wesson bone cruncher? That man would be a broken watermelon. He would be painting the walls. There would be a wall on the other side. Okay.
That's a body, isn't it? Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Go ahead, Apollo. You first.
Me? No, you should go in first, Trucy, really. Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching on snack foods again. Hope she's not too annoyed. Okay, first things first.
Right?
Is that blood?
Why don't you examine this one, Apollo?
You know more about red stuff than I do. Yep.
Says who? Something is strange about that blood. Is that what it looks like? Yeah, that's writing. It says the... something. Crap. I think they wiped it away.
Apollo, look at his hand.
He's holding something.
Hey, no touching.
You can't throw all this. You can throw all the snacks at me you'd like, Emma. But sooner or later, you're going to run out of them.
You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. See there? He's holding something. What's this?
A key ring? One of those keys just sort of looks like a guitar.
You think it might belong to the killer?
Certainly a possibility. What an unusual key ring. And what unusual keys. Okay, that's a car key. That one on the right, that's a car key. There's no other... Believe it or not, keys have very specific designs. Have you ever noticed how car keys always look the same? That's because they use a very unique lock that has both sides of the car key, making it more difficult for people to pick into locks in the cars. Plus, the top part just gave it away bluntly. This one...
Yeah, how many car keys really have that?
I need to take a closer look at the keys. This could be a vital clue. Ah, court record. Here we go. Okay. So like I said, go down, get out of the way. See how the grooves are on both sides of the keys? That's how you know it's a car key. Only car keys do that. What game do I plan to play after this? Well, it'll be a DS game. It will be a Yu-Gi-Oh! DS game. Because I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh! On the streams for a long, long time, and this seems like the perfect opportunity. This one is just straight up a guitar case key, because, let's be real. This one...
Yeah.
This one's special.
Okay.
You see how there's no ridges on the top or bottom like the car key?
Yep.
I think that's because that is a post office box key. Because of the lines on the sides. It's either a post office box key or something very similar. Very special. I've never seen one. There are 3 keys on this heart-shaped key ring. This middle key is shaped like a guitar?
I get it. It must be the key to the guitar case.
A guitar case key. I'll bet I know who this belongs to. It won't let me check. Sad.
Yeah, that's Gavin's.
It
Obvious.
looks like Gavin's, yeah, because look at that symbol. That's Klavier Gavin's.
I kind of need to pronounce the first name since when I say Gavin, people could just assume I'm referencing either Klavier or Christoph.
Yep. Your dream is to voice act? Well, I really hope you get there, my friend. From what I've heard, you do very well. And believe it or not, I've never had a single day of practicing voice acting in my whole life. They just happen. Though I will admit the old man voice took me a while to get just right.
That's fair.
You could say I had to grow into being old.
I'm trying
See.
to remember. What the name of that fucking game again? Yeah, Moss Run. About that we could have a whole fucking voice acting crew.
Ah, yes, that's another one I wanted to do. That would be Ghost Trick Phantom Detective.
As well as Ghost Trick, thank you.
Yep. Oh god, we could do Ghost Trick sometime. You know what? Let me ask him. Hold on.
Seriously, we need to do that sometime. I won't be able to do it as much as you and Moss, since of course I have to deal with stuff with school and all that. I'd just be there for the chaos and all that. We can have double roles, you never know. Plus, I know my mother would kill me for speaking on louder when someone leaves. Okay, so the rings are upstairs.
That one guy I did really good. Oh, you mean the stickler from last stream?
You are in a dressing room. This must be makeup. I've never heard of most of these brands. Maybe they're Borginian? All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue.
Look at all the gifts.
Peace!
Look at all these presents. Aurora sure is popular.
Oh, I wonder what's inside. We can't open them, can we? Probably not a good idea. You never know what you might find in one of these boxes. Bombs, razors, ransom notes. It could be anything.
Thank you, Tempo. That voice honestly just came to me as soon as I saw him doing like, yes, this book is very interesting. To hell with the other apple, my book is far more interesting. Oh no!
I am never having a birthday party again.
Now look what you've done, Emma. You made Trucy sad. What's this thing?
Look!
More like...
Look! There's a little window over here. Maybe the killer escaped through that.
It's barely big enough for me to get my head through.
Not to mention it only opens a crack. What? I was just saying it's possible.
Right. No harm in that. Except I'm pretty sure it is impossible.
You could peek into the room, though. Through it, though, you know.
I might... Wait. Biz?
What's that?
With my mother being away at the moment for the coming past few days, maybe I could try and help and give your throat a bit rest with trying to voice act myself a bit for this.
My throat's not really scratchy right now. Besides, there can't
for the future.
There can't be that many more characters for me to voice. Plus, I still haven't used my voices yet. Like, I haven't...
Hey, you haven't used your voice changer yet, yeah.
I haven't done this yet.
Greetings, fools!
What is that supposed to be?
That was the banana voice. Alright. What an amazing bouquet. I mean, it's giant.
Not sure I approve. It'd be better if this flower was a bit more... Oh. The flowers fell off.
What happened to preserving the crime scene, Emma?
It's fine. I'll just put it back, see?
How scientific.
Oh.
Okay, it looks like we've done everything in this area.
Yep.
This is one of those, things, right? At the barber's?
A permanent dryer. Want me to curl those bangs of yours?
No thanks.
Better not mess with his hair, Emma. It's part of his identity, you know.
What's I read that? Yeah, but it looks good. You got everything.
Looks like I got everything. Yep, looks like we're done here. Okay, let's talk to Emma now. The victim.
Mr. Romain Toulouse, wasn't it? He was Lamoureux's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country.
I'd be interested, Tempo. I will certainly keep the offer in mind.
What did Tempo offer?
To do some voice acting. For some characters.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, maybe if we do a video of something, I will certainly keep it in mind. Thank you for the offer.
Like a collab?
I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. It doesn't seem likely, nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Who?
Lamaror. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from...
What are you talking about?
Hey, it was Emma's idea!
I said nothing.
No. Always with the snacks. Now help me, I'm being strangled!
He's a big man. Or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him.
Which is why whoever it was used a revolver is what I'm guessing.
We sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info on him. Well, you and I know the crime scene. Let me try that again. You and I know more about the crime scene than anyone. You do?
That's true. It was us who found the body.
What? I guess that's what I missed for watching the concert.
Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this.
Well, we know the crime took place during the concert.
Ah, the Discord server. That's kind of dead, honestly. I should really try and rework everything and try and make a new server and everything. I don't know. Maybe after this 300 sub special is done and everything is done. And anyways, and when we heard the shot, we entered the room. The killer was already gone.
What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room?
That window is a little too small, isn't it? The mystery of the disappearing killer.
Sorry. I can't comment on anything not scientifically relevant. I am a forensic scientist after all.
A self-styled one at least. Alright, let's move back to the backstage hallway. No one here. That must mean I either missed something or I need to go back into Gavinier's dressing room. I missed something then. My profile pic? It's something that I made myself.
You make your profile yourself?
Yep, a long time ago. So far, I'm enjoying case 3. Then again, I've only just started, Moss. Welcome back, by the way. Middle of the weapon is a revolving chamber. That's where you load the bullets. A revolver, see?
Revolver. That sounds a bit like Wonder Bar, especially if you say it really fast.
Yes.
No one always used to think. I used to think the closest sound to Wonder Bar was one liver.
I don't understand why people don't like this case, but from what I understand, the third case in Apollo in Ace Attorney games have a bit of a stigma to them for being bad most of the time. Also, hi Hans! Welcome to the stream. Happy birthday tomorrow.
There's just so many words in the world, Apollo. Isn't it amazing?
So many different words, so many different people. People like Trucy. Please do not look down the barrel of a gun. A cat comes out of a gun? Honestly.
I'm doing really sounds kind of interesting. But I'm expecting you to
Alright. Oop. So this is the murder weapon? This revolver is incredibly heavy.
It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd.
What's odd?
Hmm? Oh, nothing.
Hey, no fair!
Tell us! It's just, something about this revolver seems strange.
Strange.
Maybe we should inspect it more.
What do you think about this revolver?
Well, it's pretty big and heavy.
That's right. It's a .44 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around.
Yeah, they meant .44 Magnum.
Yep.
Even the police don't carry guns this big.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites.
And that's not a problem?
There's another thing about the gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter.
Strain?
Yeah. Say, if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil could probably dislocate your shoulder.
Yeah, they meant .44 Magnum. I'm putting my foot down. Ain't no
Yeah, but
way in hell!
Them would dislocate your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't even dislocate your shoulder, no. Almost long enough. Or even, you're gonna pick it up on the Magnum or 50 AE when you dislocate your shoulder, or a floorboard. Oh, fucking 45, that's for sure.
If you are untrained, a .44 Magnum can absolutely destroy your shoulder.
Okay.
Just pop right out.
Ouch.
Either that or it'll come back and smack you right in the face. But a .45 caliber pistol? Maybe if you were a child? Maybe?
Yeah, but I don't.
Look, I've shot when I was like 13, 14, I shot a .357 Magnum. It was a big kick, but it was nothing. It was nothing on my shoulders. The recoil was in my forearms and elbows. A .44 Magnum with enough force could absolutely push your shoulder back. If you don't know what you're doing, it can absolutely break your shoulder. Shoulders.
Hey, don't even get us started on the recoil on the 500 Mac.
Actually,
AE.
the 50... It depends on the gun you're shooting for the 50 AE. Anyways.
Desert Eagle.
Desert Eagle can absolutely wreck you up. The Smith & Wesson 500 can actually be manageable because they put an integrated suppressor on it. Not like silencer.
Muscle break.
Yeah, basically. Anyways, enough about guns. We're getting off topic again. You had trouble voicing a character from the Great Ace Attorney? Which one? Oh wait, I probably shouldn't ask.
Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too. Yet the killer used this revolver and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting.
Used to shooting a high caliber weapon?
Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is.
I guess you're right.
I know how you're feeling. It's hard to know when to stop, but anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back?
Huh? Oh, actually, we have to...
Great, thanks.
The defendant from the third case. I'll have to keep that in mind whenever I stream that game. She left.
What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait.
Great. Now how am I supposed to investigate?
Oh well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go.
Huh? Go.
Time's a wasting, Apollo. We got a lot of ground to cover.
Well, that's true, but... On second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine.
Of course it will. Let's go.
You dumbasses! You don't leave a crime scene unattended! Ugh! Whoever's up there watching, help me.
I mean, to be fair, it's Ace Attorney, and Ace Attorney is
But in this one, they were actually doing so good about following procedure. They even did discovery correctly, at least at first in the first case, but to the hallway. July 7th, backstage hallway. What the fuck are you? Who's there?
We didn't just imagine that, did we?
He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours?
Hardly.
Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious. That means we need to remember that man. Okay, let's head to the stage, I suppose. July 7th, in the wings. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Tune! You ain't kidding.
It's the two leading members of the Gavineers, Apollo, Klavier on vocals, and Darian on guitar. They're so cool!
I have a hard time thinking of Klavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. There's something to say about the third case in the Great Ace Attorney. It's crazy. I haven't heard anything about the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, actually. I have no idea about anything about it. So, can't wait to do that.
Huh? What are they arguing about?
Probably the case, I'd bet. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone is dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? Hey, man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that tinny playing of yours? Who you calling tinny?
Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over.
This is hardly the time. Oh? What are you two doing there? Hi. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry. Wait. You were what? Listen. You need to confirm that with the Republic of Virginia, Detective Crescent. Right. Anything else? What? What did you just call him? Detective? Greetings. Darian Crescent, Criminal Affairs Division 3.
That's impressive.
Hello. Criminal Affairs?
Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gavineers, do you?
Something tells me that's about to be remedied. So, I think I finally got a name for Darian. It's gonna kill me, though. A voice for Darian. Did I say a name? I meant voice. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? The murder? The murder, what else? Oh, that. What did I think about case 2 about this game? I love it. It was awesome. For me, today has been a hit of parade of crimes, you see. Password to the Discord server. I didn't think there was a password.
Wait,
You mean the link?
Wait, what are you talking about the Discord server? It means you must join us in VC,
Oh, we're not in the VC on that server. Sorry.
VC of the server face. Oops, not the two server, you know, if I'm mistaken. We're in a different one.
I don't know. For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see.
Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case.
Anyway, I'm afraid you all know more about the killing of Mr. Toulouse than I do. For now, Huh? You were the ones who found the body, yeah? Well, we were in the middle of a performance, no?
Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin?
I'll leave that to Fraulein Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes.
They're not exactly best buddies, are they? And then Prosecutor Gavin, I mean.
Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once.
Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can
Said? Trucy.
Shit.
Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gavineers?
It's not surprising, but even our ancestors knew something about America's existence once. I know America exists.
The Gavineers aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow.
The police?
The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they see up the stage. By day those lips interrogate, but at night they sing songs of unrequited passion.
Look like some kind of street art scene for no fucking reason.
Okay.
They debuted 7 years ago with 13 years hard time for love. Then came Love with No Chance of Parole, and My Boyfriend is a Prosecution's Witness. The list of hits goes on and on.
This right here. This here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I mix the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. And this guy's... Hold on, I almost did the old man voice. And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today. I hope murder would be a bit more of an off-putting than a ruined concert. The concert today? A disaster! I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll see who Mr. Q.
Mr. Q? They were arguing about that before.
Great. I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists.
What's this Mr. Q you keep talking about?
Oh, congratulations, Dynamic Tempo. Aha, you heard it, didn't you? From the audience.
Actually, I didn't notice anything.
See, no amateur is gonna pick up on that. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No. Now take a listen to this.
What's that?
A mixing board. We use it to record our concert today. Are we supposed to be investigating a murder?
Well, we've come this far. Might as well go all the way. I always wanted to learn about the recording industry.
This is but one of the devices used in recording. We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. You use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out.
Wow, neat! So, could you say, hear only the drum part?
Ah, of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned about the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want help on the case? Then help me with mine. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose a section of songs that you wish to hear on the uppermost bar. Like so. Right here. There it is. Now listen.
Was something wrong?
You couldn't hear it? Listen again, closely. Wait a minute.
The timing's a little off, isn't it?
You see? There! Right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. They'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect! There he goes again. Right there. Amateur, you will prove my point. Huh? Me? You will find the miscue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party. But how? Did I not just explain it? Move the sliders and adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue with this. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Sorry, I'm turning into the medic slowly. I apologize.
Nothing to do but try, Apollo.
I guess. I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. First, a quick review. Once you found the guilty party, press this to point it out. Time to rock!
Okay, then.
Ah! That one. Take that! This part is off. Which is that? Oh, second guitar. It was you, Darian! Ah, well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Ah, well, that's all you have to say. That kind of attitude is... Let's killers walk free, Darian!
Here they go again.
Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. I'm starting to feel like we're just wasting time.
It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad.
Still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love?
Don't worry, that's the song you were just singing in the background whenever you talk with him.
Well, it looks like we've investigated everything here. Oh, by the way, is this yours? Is this your keyring? I was wondering if you knew anything about this. That... Does it look familiar? Familiar? It's mine! That's my keyring! I've been looking all over for it.
What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin?
I knew it.
Apollo? How can you make that I knew it face? This is the keyring that was...
Yeah, I know. Thanks, anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life.
What?
What? The victim... You mean Mr. Toulouse had my keys? Indeed.
When will my trials be over? Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine and court like he has today.
Emma's right about the bop. I'll give her that.
Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today.
I really don't think that...
Tell us. And we'll keep mum about the hearing for now.
Ah, are you blackmailing me for a line? You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting?
And something about your guitar case being busted?
You're well informed.
You mentioned it a few times.
It happens this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. The keyring? It's got all my keys on it, yeah? My bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar key. So yeah, there's his bike key then.
Wait,
It's supposed to look so differently from a car key.
I don't know. I never used a motorcycle before.
Okay, fair.
wait, so this keyring...
It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared. I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing! And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... The very one? Up in flames. And right on stage, too.
I actually thought that was part of the show.
Crazy. And to top it off, Mr. Letouse's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these. Strange days indeed. You think? What's wrong, Trucy?
Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen, then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage, And then Mr. Toulouse dies.
Yes. And?
Could it all really be just a coincidence?
Coincidence? I think not. Meaning? Darian, can you make any sense of all this? Hey, don't look at me!
What do you think, Apollo?
Huh?
I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned.
You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. I think she is thinking what I think she thinks what I think you think she's thinking. Are you, Fraulein?
I am!
What? Why? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here! The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about?
Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? Curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today?
Well... I haven't noticed.
You haven't?
I just don't see the connection. Sorry.
Well, don't just give up. Give it a little more thought.
Wait, you don't mean this, do you? A lyric sheet? The guitar serenade? What's that got to do with anything? Yeah. It has everything to do with everything. So I wouldn't have believed it if the Fräulein hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles! Maybe it is a coincidence. Or maybe it means something. Don't you think, Fräulein?
I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song.
What? No way!
What?
To the court record! We must read this. Stole away the keys to my heart held on so tight. Stuff around me. Burning on in my heart. Yep. No, this is... There's the fire of the guitar. There's the bullets. And there's his keys being stolen.
That cannot be a normal coincidence.
It's creepy.
Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in order that they occurred. While reading this lyric sheet,
First, the keyring was stolen.
and not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring.
That's right there. When you stole away the keys to my heart held on so tight. This is a heart holding keys.
And next, his guitar burst into flames.
Burning on in my heart, fire burned my love away.
And then Mr. Toulouse was killed.
Like a bullet of love, fire take my life away. But that's crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
So everything that happened today here, this song predicted it all? Or perhaps it was the other way around, huh? The criminal could have based their crimes on the lyrics.
But who would go through all that trouble?
Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you stumbled onto something quite vital. And quite annoying, Fraulein. She looks pleased. The lyrics predicting the crime... Klavier. Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder. The keyring might have been dropped by accident. Yet the victim was holding it. Otto thinks that it was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever.
So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics?
That sounds likely. But why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm gonna get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm gonna talk to the Borgian embassy about Mr. Toulouse. Ah, right. Thanks, Darian. I'll leave the pondering to the mysteries to you. I'm out of here. Yeah! A foreign national, Mr. Toulouse was killed. Ah, it seems like that would have put to be the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery.
Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today.
Maybe this is the real prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves, yeah? Yeah. I I guess this is all we're gonna get from the prosecutor today. That leaves Lamaror to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lamaror is now? Ah, I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist, Machi Tobai, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Toulouse's sudden passing. July 7th, backstage hallway. Hold on, let me get a drink. Him again. There he goes again. Who is that guy? Huh? Trucy?
You know, he did look sort of familiar.
So he is a friend of yours.
No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember.
Curiouser and curiouser. By the way, Moss, are you still here? Do you know how long this case is typically? July 7th, Gavinier's dressing room.
Ah, Lamaror. What has happened? I heard that Mr. Toulouse has died.
Lamaror, you speak? I mean, you speak English?
Yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia. But I am not Borginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Toulouse your interpreter? Yes. Well, it was Mr. Toulouse's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see.
Then your pianist is also?
No, Machi Tobai is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please, tell me, what has happened to Mr. Toulouse? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Toulouse was...
Trucy!
Huh?
Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said. Not a word.
But Mr. Toulouse is Lamour's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party?
Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I suspect.
All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling.
I'm sorry. We're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions?
Of course. I'm always willing to help.
She's as calm as she looked on the stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lamaror. Oh, wait, hold on.
What is it, Machi? What? But you'd be alone.
What seems to be the problem?
Machi, he is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be all right?
Sure, of course.
Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about?
The Republic of Virginia. Hey, Reserve. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. I need to go and take care of something real fast. I need to go smack a bot on Twitch. I will not have... I'm sorry, Dogmatic Kami, but I will not have streamboot.com stuff in my streams. Be gone with your bot selling shenanigans. And don't come back. Oh, it's a bot on Twitch. Basically, they're trying to get me to click on a link to buy viewers or whatever. Let me just block him. There we are. Perfect. Now then, welcome to the stream. Things are going great. We've already found the murder victim, and now we're talking to his client. The Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right?
I've never even heard of it. I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say! You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant.
Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. How? Lamaror, you're not from Virginia originally. Were you born here?
Well...
Oh, is that supposed to be a secret? Yeah, I branched out and am streaming on both sides, but I don't get as many viewers on Twitch as I do on YouTube. But that's okay for me. I've still got friends on Twitch, and I'm not leaving. I'm still gonna go and kick the crap out of those bots, though. Oh, is that supposed to be a secret?
Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Ah, yes. It is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Virginian in public.
Image is important, I guess.
She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound.
A painter in what?
She travels the world, turning sights she's into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right? You're very perceptive. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I?
Stop while you're ahead, Trucy!
This landscape painter in sound, too, is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Yes, in Borginian, Lamaror means the siren. I fear that perhaps already I'm not the siren I once was.
This is the third case out of 4, Rabbit Dude. Reserve. Blah, 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 blah. I am all over the place today. I deeply apologize. I need to figure out how long this case is. Because here's the thing, we're not even to the trial yet.
But if that means if we're not certain, doesn't that mean she's the witness?
Yeah, but these two gaggle morons in the game haven't realized it yet. Alright, tell us about Machi.
Your pianist. Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll.
He's very European.
I met him while singing in restaurants in Virginia. He is an orphan, and his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale, almost.
I notice he hardly ever leaves your side.
Yes, well, he is blind. At first I hesitated at dragging him across the world.
He doesn't speak English either, does he?
He had never left Virginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Machi and I together are Lamaror together, always. Mr. Toulouse was my new manager.
You?
Yes, from 3 months ago, around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Toulouse at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And as it turned out, my interpreter.
Interpreter? Even though you speak English?
Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled.
Okay! God damn it! So we know this place is not Japan. I'm guessing this is America then. Or some European country. I don't fucking know anymore.
I guess Japan the Foreign doesn't exist anymore then.
No, it doesn't, because now we've got both Japan and America separated. God damn it, where is this country?
Well, we know this could be in Canada, right? Up where Xiaomi lives.
No. Well, maybe. All I know is that it's a place that has gun control laws, police force with firearms, a bunch of Japanese-inspired culture, and they speak English. Ah, God.
No, I fear that may have to be cancelled now. Was Mr. Toulouse from the Republic of Virginia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him, and now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died.
I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't allowed to talk to anyone.
Mr. Toulouse was a talented man. The siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I'm happy for him that it has become so well known.
The siren. That's what he meant.
Huh? Apollo?
You are the siren, right, Lamaror?
That is the meaning of my name in Virginian, yes. It was the name my producers gave me, but why do you ask?
It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you.
What do you mean important?
I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Who is David Glover? I have no idea who David Glover is. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case.
How?
When we found Mr. Toulouse, he was still alive.
What?
I heard him say something. His last words.
He said siren? Really?
I was the only one there to hear it. But I'm sure that's what he said.
Mr. Toulouse said that? Ask the witness?
And you're the siren, Lamaror. Did you see what happened? Lamaror?
Might I ask, are you with the police?
Well, no, I'm a defense attorney.
An attorney? There have been no arrests, yes?
Is that a problem?
Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigating to the police, I think. But, Lamaror, I am sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them.
Ah, why?
If you witnessed the crime, why won't you tell us? I believe we are through here.
I believe so. I have no idea who Gambino is either. Sorry. Actually, there's something I want to show her real quick. Would you mind taking a look at this, Lamaror? Well,
Maybe
oh,
show
the brooch?
depictions.
That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? Oh, this is... Okay, got it.
My brooch. Yes, well, it may be mine.
Yours, Lamaror?
I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it.
Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lamaror's.
Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it.
So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question.
Is something wrong, Apollo?
What's this brooch doing at the crime scene? Perhaps now I can head back out into the hallway? Yes. July 8th, 12:22 a.m. backstage hallway. Whoa! Who's there now?
Ah, it's you. Where were you?
Emma! Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual.
You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know.
Oops, maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene?
What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else?
The body's gone?
Mr. Latouche's body has disappeared.
What? You two dumbasses! This is why I said not to do it! Oh, I'm gonna... Wait, that's not all that's changed. Didn't these used to be chains? Ah, Prosecutor Gavin. From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. I heard Mr. Toulouse's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. God damn it! Quite the pickle.
What's a big ass body just disappear like that?
Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle.
How can you just stand there? We have to start the
There's no need for an alarm for our line detector. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave this building. So, I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later.
Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, we'll find it. I'm rather enjoying it. How could Mr. Toulouse's body just disappear?
Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching.
Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Darian. See, Gator's gone missing. I was in the dressing room.
Gator? Who's Gator?
That's what I call my guitar. You like me? Your guitar was stolen.
This hasn't been a good day for guitars or gators.
Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Gator's like a missing person, not lost and found, man.
I think it pretty much is being treated like an awesome fun at the moment.
Oh, this sure is, what did he call it? A sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room.
Sorry. How much else I can say?
It's all right. Our priority now is finding that body. You can make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snackaroo should do the trick nicely.
You should watch your sugar intake, Emma. I have a funny feeling I know exactly where it is. Someone else in the room with me? Doom's in VC with me. Yeah, this is definitely Apollo's fault. Yeah, it's a Discord call with a friend of mine. Let's try the stage. Yeah, I'm correct.
Does something seem different to you, Apollo?
Something is definitely different here.
Let's check it out.
Room's open.
I'm not sure that's all important thing right now. Let's check out that thing in the middle of the stage.
Thing in the middle.
Oh, right, the platform's raised.
That stage there must have been lowered before.
That's the tower that Lammeror and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on.
Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top.
Maybe we should get Emma.
What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves.
I'm not so good with heights.
Stop whining and get climbing.
True, see? You're mean. It didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Girly scream. We found 2 things we were looking for, and 1 thing we never expected to find. Body, guitar in hand, and the pianist, Nachi Chobaye. Oh, that's a new wrinkle! Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry.
No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why?
Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobaye, the blind pianist, arrested on suspicion of murdering Romaine Latouche.
I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible.
I guess they had proof of some kind.
What proof could possibly prove that?
On it. For Prosecutor Gavin. What a night, huh? I apologize for being so upset.
Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why?
Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night after all. Yet... The powers that be say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by circumstances? Lamoureux was invited from Virginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case is wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really. Although their circumstances all right, they don't care if they get the wrong person. But what makes Machi the only possible suspect? Hair forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. Ah, right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I am not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case, especially not to the defense. Wait, what? What did you just say? Me, the defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your service. You mean Machi? Machi wants me.
This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo! Let's get going!
Right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lamoureux.
Right, later.
July 8th, detention center, visitor's room.
Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible.
You said that already, and you'd be surprised.
Machi, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you.
Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night? Well, crap, that's right. He doesn't speak English.
Huh?
That's when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this, in a country so far from everything he's ever known.
Maybe Lamoureux can help?
But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Good luck. I'm up to question Lamoureux.
Well, what are we gonna do?
That's, a good question. Sorry, I'll try to turn it down.
This does not look that good, does it, my friend?
It does not. I need to turn down the beeping. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. And hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. I really apologize for the beeping reserve. I did that because the Borginian language looks a lot like cuss language in kids' games like Mario and Luigi. So, yeah, I can't do that without turning down the rest of the microphone stuff. So, I don't know. That's better. Yes. On to the next chapter. July 9th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Wait, we're already in trial? Uh-oh. Court is now in session for... How do I say it? Machitobaye, Your Honor. The Pixie of the Arpeggio. Right, his trial. Court is now in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK, Herr Judge. Very well. Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No, actually. There was something else I wanted to ask you. Yeah. Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? Huh? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial. The Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something different, something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of just pretending?
He's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for?
In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly.
You're in luck here, Judge. I believe you'll be going to the hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romain Deleuze, age 35. The global manager for diva songstress Lamy Roar. Because of this, blood loss due to being shot by large caliber revolver. This report has all the details.
The court accepts this into evidence. Oh. 45 caliber. That's quite a small caliber, isn't it?
You're sorry. Sorry, Herr Judge. It's meant to say 44 Magnum.
Ah, much better. A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet.
However, the bullet struck him on his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, the blood loss at such that he could not be saved.
Oh. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering.
2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullet hit.
I see. The court accepts this evidence.
Wait.
Yeah, I noticed it too.
If we're talking about the 44 Magnum revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. Weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it might break every bone in his body.
The defense will take more care in choosing examples, no matter how correct they may be.
As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door.
That does seem to be the case, yes.
However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshot.
He's talking about you and Emma, huh?
Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty. Save for the victim's body, of course.
But that's impossible.
Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person.
One person?
That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobaye.
Only this defendant could have committed the crime. But how?
It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear.
Very well. I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand.
Emma? Uh-oh. Your name and profession, please.
Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night.
Emma seems tired somehow.
Security at the concert, you said.
Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder.
Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know.
I'm sure that makes her feel much better.
I want to hear about these bigger mistakes.
In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony, if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day, and your discovery of the crime, please.
All right.
The kid Monkey size could even control the recoil on
I
something
doubt
like a
it.
44 at least.
That's the first clue.
Yep.
The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved in the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room, filled with this blaring rock music, and found the body. I examined the scene and determined only the defendant could have done it.
How?
It was lucky that a detective was first on the scene.
That door was the only way out of the room, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it?
Looks like we need a bit more information.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Something that also doesn't add up.
Hold on.
The night of the murder, the security backstage at
prosecutor's request. Hold it! The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes?
That's right.
What was a detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert.
My thoughts exactly, but orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods.
Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say, the stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy. Well, isn't it obvious? My keys! That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case.
Here he goes again.
Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hands on their own.
Watch this. Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect.
Love, slow acting undo. Atro quinine is waiting.
He's singing something.
Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? Yeah. The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands to the task.
I see. I can accept that.
Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands?
Please, the testimony.
Hold it! We were let in, though.
I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you.
What context for the clip? What clip? Hold on, what? Reserve? What clip?
Same question. What?
We're waiting with bated breath. What clip?
I need 3 short achievements.
I gave the Fraulein special permission to beat. Oh, the dude shredding guitar on the. Okay. I gave the Fraulein special permission to beat. I wanted to see her again.
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now.
Gee, great.
Some others hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off.
So no other outsiders were there then.
And then, at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots.
Hold it! I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots.
You were the one chatting. I was eating these.
Ah, hey, you're snacking in court.
And you're sure the shots came from Lamero's room? Yes, absolutely.
Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet.
Ow. Thanks. So, how about it, Emma?
We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that.
Please.
Either talk or eat, not both at the same time.
Right. So after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body.
Hold it! Rock? Oop.
Blaring, yes.
When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's been so popular these days?
Right. When we went into the dressing room. Music was blaring over that speaker on the wall.
They pipe sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear what they're supposed to be on stage.
Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gavineers with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I've always have the backstage monitors at full volume.
When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime.
You can hear that music playing.
And everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself.
Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it.
How could you know something like that?
As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know that there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of the door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent.
Objection! But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly...
Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child.
Child.
Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed.
And of all the people involved with that concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child.
The defendant.
The pixie of the arpeggio lifted up towards the sky, when disappeared from the scene of the... Objection! But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Herr Forehead.
And there's another vital piece of evidence.
Evidence? What?
Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had recently been opened.
Wait, what?
And something else was found, quite clearly. The defendant, matching to Amari's fingerprints.
What? God damn it!
Order! Order! I will have order!
That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Herr Forehead, what fairy tales does this suggest? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. That one is our pixie.
Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up with the audience.
So this was his decisive evidence.
Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital.
I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witness. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. It can't be over already.
Very well. I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence,
The prosecution has presented our proof, clear and plain. We have contradicting evidence. It better be clear and plain.
Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. You better come up with something quick.
I know. Think, what can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi is innocent without a shadow of doubt. Without that,
Mr. Justice, you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case. You better tell us about it now.
that's it. So soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof? Maybe... I'm gonna call a witness. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Atroquinine My Love.
There he goes again.
That's too bad. Because there was a witness.
Oh-ho! Really now? But how did you come to know? But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not?
Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. His dying breath.
What? The victim said this before he died?
Perhaps he did. And perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what her forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. But apparently you ignored me completely. It is my policy to fully investigate everything I see that I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
That's enough! Mr. Justice, we need clear, contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty.
Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. There's no backing out now.
Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
Take that!
Lamoureux.
Recall Mr. Toulouse's last words.
The siren. Ah, he meant the siren.
That's right. The siren of the ballad, your Lamoureux. Lamoureux was only on stage for the second set. And she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime.
Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We shall now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lamoureux to the witness stand.
Lamoureux would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today, we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our court. You are too kind.
Ah, you can speak English.
Yes. Yes, I can. Not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it.
What does she mean? She doesn't know. I too sought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lamoureux suffers from amnesia.
Amnesia?
Lamoureux is not my true name, but I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage.
Whoa, he's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer from Lamoureux, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamoureux.
Thank you. But there is something I do not understand. I'm being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened.
Lamoureux, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. It's that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you took the stand.
Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy.
Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set.
Lies!
Lies, woman.
We found your pants in the crime scene! That ties you to it!
Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sound so wonderful just testifying.
I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothings that night. Now we can only praise that the defense has the sense to admit defeat. And refrain from detaining her here longer than need be.
Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
Aurora wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what.
Summation.
I'm not gonna press this one. I'm just gonna go straight to the thing. Objection!
Objection!
I'm sorry, Lamaror, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lamaror's. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place. At the very scene of the crime. What? Lamaror, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And, as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night.
What is the meaning of this? Lamaror, please explain.
Lamaror? She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not gonna work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. I'm stopping the bleeps for people who are uncomfortable with them. But you have missed one important fact. What now? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that?
What's she talking about, Apollo?
Right when the incident occurred. Is she talking about that? You can't be serious. I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you. So this was when your brooch dropped. That explains that.
It does. There's no other time I could have dropped it.
But that's ridiculous! You looked in for only an instant, but you dropped your brooch? Yeah, forehead. She has raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
So she looked in at the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. The moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Yeah, forehead shouting, who's there, no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Ow! My pride! My non-existent pride!
I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony.
That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamaror, you did not look into the room, though, right?
Yes.
Testify as to what you saw.
Very well. Though it was only the briefest of glimpses.
I'm looking for it. She's gulping.
Gotcha!
The late Mr. Toulouse's body, you say?
Yes.
You know something more about Mr. Toulouse's death than you're saying.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember. But the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes.
It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Toulouse have to be shot?
One moment, Lamoureux. All right, Reserve. Take care.
Yes.
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Toulouse have to be shot?
Yes.
She was hiding something. I knew it. Lamoureux, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
Huh? How could that be?
Take this. The investigation request!
Take that!
Tell me, Lamoureux, how did you know he had been shot?
Well,
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving it. In your testimony, you told the courts. No one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Toulouse had been shot. How could you have known? That was not how that was supposed to come out. My throat. Time out. I need a drink. What can't you fix? Sweet Dr. Pepper. Soothes the soul. About that, folks. I genuinely did not think that that would come out that way. Ow. Please don't clip that.
Lamoureux, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope.
Sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
Now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. All we want to know is the truth.
She looks kind of pale, huh?
She saw something. I know it. Even the victim said so.
Hold it!
Only a glimpse, yet you knew there were bullet holes?
Yes, I recognize them immediately. I have seen bullet holes before, you know.
You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country.
I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days.
Ow! My soul.
That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lamoureux someday.
I plan on recording my next album overseas. Their studios have a different sound. Maybe I should go on a course of steel too.
Impossible! The door opens this way!
Objection!
Lamoureux, they call you the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo.
Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can I be cool for once? Ugh. Anyways, observe the diagram. Lamoureux, you looked in from the door for just a moment, right? Correct?
Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were in the wall the door is on. There's no way you could have seen them without going inside. Huh. You see, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes, let alone his body. Not this time, game.
Lamoureux,
Yes.
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw.
Yes, the happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Virginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid punishment.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Toulouse died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamoureux.
Very well. Lamoureux, please continue your testimony.
Very well. I shall. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was.
Yes! Ha ha ha! No more Machi! We win! So you did witness the crime. And the killer was a grown person, you say?
Ah, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Forehead. Why am I not smiling?
Very well. Here, Mr. Justice. You may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo! You were right about Lamoureux. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. I need to have a look at the crime scene photos again. The little window she's referring to. Is it on this?
There,
Yeah, I think it's this one.
Something that also doesn't add up.
That doesn't add up at all.
It also doesn't.
Because what? No. Hold on. What she's seeing from this angle would be someone shooting him and him falling down, because his back is facing the wall. So if he's shot, he falls forward onto his stomach, right? But that doesn't make sense because he would have to be shot from this direction, meaning these 2 bullet holes shouldn't exist.
They should have put that thing right around.
Unless the victim was the one who shot those 2 shots. But that also doesn't make any sense because the revolver was only fired twice. What is going on here?
Something doesn't add up with bullets. And I don't think they look gunshots. I don't think this is the correct evidence that I think we should test first.
Yeah, you're right. I wish Moss were here. So you were heading towards the dressing room.
Yes.
So this is a little before she opened up the dressing room door and dropped her approach. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots.
I was on my way back. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
What exactly is something like a little window?
Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think it is how it is said, yes?
You need not worry, Lamoureux. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail. That little window on the wall.
I saw the crime from there. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was.
Hold it!
You are certain you heard 2 shots fired.
Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. And that is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer.
There were 2 bullet holes at the scene. No contradiction so far.
They all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. But it wasn't Machi.
It wasn't Machi who shot. Are you sure?
Yes, quite certain.
It amuses me to think you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object?
Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking?
Trucy, just listen to what Lamador has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure?
Yes, of course. You see, he was a grown person.
Hold it!
A grown person. That's a little vague.
I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you can at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
It was a man. A young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes. His voice was quite clear.
Voice?
Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
So you heard a voice. But wait, couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Telu?
Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Toulouse who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice. The voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it will cast this case in an entirely different light. What is the defense's opinion on this testimony?
It's contradictory. Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lamador's testimony that rings false. Huh. Bravo, her forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime.
But that means Lamador has to be lying.
I know. And I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as her forehead says. Yet, this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What now? What's he talking about? Lamador, I understand why you would want to protect Machi. Yet remember, you are the siren of the valley, and lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about?
No one bats an eye when he says stuff like that. I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. State of the room? Yes. And when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear such a voice through it.
What? But I'm sure.
Lamador, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical skills. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat less.
Objection!
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
Objection!
So you say? And the victim named her the siren as the witness? That's right. That's what Mr. Latouche. We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility. And it brought us to this. Her judge! The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lamador can't testify,
then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence.
This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Dankeschön. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I would like to hear from that Fräulein detective.
Objection!
Wait, let me hear Lamoureux's testimony one last time.
But the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance.
Fuck! That was our only witness! At last, back to the real trial. Ready, half or head? I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Fraulein Detective, how far have we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me.
I dislike saying the same thing. And I never repeat a song for an audience.
If you would, Miss Sky.
I believe I was saying that the only way that Mr. Latusse's killer could have escaped was through that air vent in the ceiling.
Ah, yes. There was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it.
That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who can possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for a killer is the defendant.
A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
She does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something has caught my eye.
Oh? What's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
Circumstances? Again?
Hey, that's right, Apollo! Remember when we found Machi? That was weird!
She's right. Why did Mr. Latusse's body disappear from the room? And end up on top of that stage tower? Holding a guitar, no less. A perceptive observation had done it.
Thank you. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You got a nose for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer?
I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamoureux's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant.
Yeah, I call bull too. You know why?
Go ahead.
Machi can't speak English, let alone write it.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me, right?
Did no one do background checks?
Oh, I'm sure they are too busy. They want to get this trial over and done with fast because of the, what is it? Chief Justice's son? I don't know.
That's but also the reputation of Lamoureux.
Lamoureux's song? Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not? It's code. All the events that day follow the lyrics to our song.
Well, don't tell me you already forgot.
Oh, we haven't forgotten. They just want to push this on us again. First, the keys my heart held on to so tightly were stolen. Then, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. No, shut up, keep to the script. Mr. Latusse's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale.
Admit, I'd forgotten about the song, but there it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were.
Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to them. But killing?
It's a wild world out there, Herr Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's go down to the next. The cross-examination.
I'm not too sure I'm going to be doing much singing.
I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamoureux's song.
What do you mean by his signature?
The bullet holes in the wall, of course.
The bullet holes?
The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed, and at the hole in the wall.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim.
No! You can't be serious!
Machi, he can't see! That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly.
That reminds me. The monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed.
Knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Big Justice, what do I do now? For what though?
Look at the diagram.
Fuck it, I'll raise an objection. Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim.
That's certainly possible.
And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver was a very large caliber, correct?
The shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon. Why, it could dislocate their shoulder.
Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobaye, is, as you can see, small. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim.
Convincing argument, to be sure.
Take that, smug prosecution.
Apollo,
Huh? What?
a bit about Machi being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim. Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it?
Oh. It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Right, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get to the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein. Okay.
Well, the witness will add this to her testimony.
Right.
You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think we've proven that.
I wouldn't call it proof, per se.
You've merely raised a possibility. Fraulein Detective has made a most logical conjecture based on the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air. But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? Ah, a very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, would you care to explain? Uh-oh. He certainly seems to serve himself.
Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents.
I don't believe it.
Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobaye. He would have known that there was to be a way out at the top of the stepladder.
But that's... Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what the stepladder was doing there.
Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder.
Well, half forehead. Out of ammunition, perhaps?
I've seen Prosecutor Garrett so aggressive. He's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place.
Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have anything that proves that Machi could see?
look at the with me picture of the crime would maybe have to do something with it. Not that. What maybe?
Right! The blood's been wiped! Fine. I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I knew you would, Airboy. What exactly am I up against? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter could not see.
Take this! This is that evidence.
A photograph of the crime scene.
I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor. The crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. So perhaps you'd best show us this something.
Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Oi, you do not get the point! Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice.
Oh. Take that! The contradiction is right here.
The smeared blood stains.
I thought it was just my blurry vision, but it really is blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court.
It's almost as if he's wrote something. Ah, I get it. At least, I think I get it.
Get what, Fräulein?
When Mr. Latus was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh?
Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here.
That does seem to be the distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't leave my own name behind.
Neither would I. No one has anything else to say.
About what?
So the prosecution accepts this. Ah, damn it. I'll be back in a second, everyone. All right, I'm back. Let's kick this prosecution's ass. You agreed that this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out? What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood once the killer saw what it was. Wait. Once she saw what it was? Well, what did you just testify about the shooter? I said that they were blind. Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machi Tobaye, is blind. He could not have been the shooter. Impossible?
Order! 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 Prosecutor! Please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now...
It seems I owe the court an apology.
Huh?
The Gaviniers are banned with the law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert, apparently, this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner.
No! Motherfucker, you better not do what I think you're about to do!
I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't. And he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. That's right. With these documents. But before that, I have a question for Fraulein Detective, if I may. What? Tell me. Why do you think that Mochito Baye is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's a blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lammeror lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machito Baye. According to this, Machito Baye can see perfectly well. What?
What? This motherfucker pulled the second autopsy report shit! I'm gonna strangle whoever does this! I'm going to strangle whoever's in charge of these reports!
Fish, get the bone button.
Yes, I am getting the... No. Where is that? Where's the explosion button? Where's the fuck 'em up button? Ah, here we go. Fuck 'em up! That's a good button. I need to get a second stream deck for this so I don't have to jump back and forth between it all. Anyways, I'm gonna them up. I'll be right back, everyone. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Things just keep happening around here. His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever boys. He can see quite well.
Objection!
But
Yes, beliefs, that's fact.
But you said... What did I say exactly? Herr Forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defense was blind. The only one who did was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider, Machito Baye sees, when he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problem with this.
But what about the bullet holes in the wall?
Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Herr Forehead neatly explains those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the 45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, Herr Forehead. Hey, Judge, can I go have a word with whoever is responsible for this report? I knew you didn't have what you took. You jerk! Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize! Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out!
If we can please call an end to the bickering. Now.
Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clues solving this case if it kills me.
But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant.
Don't say that. What? It's bloodstained. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what's happened, yeah? We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Ah, yes. We have done those tests, yes? As if I'm going to tell you. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform the blood test, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it in here, in court now. Right. Go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Chemical test that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere.
Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it.
That better not say Machi. Ah! The red! It burns! Just press space to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hand's shaking. Let's do this. The hell is that?
Okay.
Wow. It really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX 314206. Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is. The killer was a robot.
Aha! I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPXX look familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? Wait. Interpol? As in the European Security Service Interpol? Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes. Most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that? Good show for a line detective. Rock on. Huh? Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come to the witness stand.
Hello, Darian.
Hello, my friend. Hello there, Pompadour man. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27 minutes.
I'm not sure what to think of all this. Prosecution's cases, they are tight. So it seems. But if this is number, it is really that of an Interpol agent.
Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tobae is really an undercover Interpol agent?
That would be a possibility.
A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Latus know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobae. What are you talking about? Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received words that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed a little too much of a bother to tell you. You had me until that last bit. Does it not raise a rather straightforward question?
Well, sure.
Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, F4head? Huh? Me? Machi Tobae pretended he was blind. Do you know why?
How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? You think perhaps this is all some kind of a game? Knows that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something.
What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Machi pretended to be blind. But it wasn't for his own sake, his own sake. Getting the picture now. It wasn't for himself.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness?
Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, F4head. It seems you thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. I could use a hint, but Moss isn't here.
Let me pick him.
Please do. Please do. Think. This is my best guess.
Alright,
This is my best guess. So that he wouldn't know the lyric sheet, I think? I don't know. You know what? I got like 5 things. Let's just go for it. Take that! Crap.
Wasn't it part of their performance?
There is a simpler explanation, Herr Judge. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. Which means... You don't mean... I do. It was the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamedor.
What's this? Do you mean to say that Lamaror is blind?
Blind as a bat, Herr Judge.
What? What?
Order! Order! This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin.
I I second that. This is insane. Wait, that means her testimony about the room is completely wrong. She couldn't have possibly seen through the window.
Yeah, it means he was blind.
She's our only defense. We need her back on that stand. Now.
Yeah, it means we have a good reason to call her back.
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something?
Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamador herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room.
Apollo, what does this mean for our case?
Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined that until now.
Bailiff, bring in Lamador.
Lamador, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet I must.
Please, do not be concerned on my behalf.
Those eyes. She really can't see. Really?
It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie, born in a Virginian countryside, one day grow to entangle the entire world.
So you're...
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamador. No two of my memories began in darkness. The world light has no meaning for Lamador.
I see. You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of the trial, halfway. What's that?
I believe I said it was unfortunate that this crime had no direct link.
Ah. Now, Lamador, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes?
Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. Except Gavin.
I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line right before he knew this. So, silly as it may sound, I had to pretend that I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was a part of my contract, you see. It was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would...
She told us the truth in the beginning. When she said she saw nothing.
Very well. Does the defense have anything to add?
I like to cross-examine.
What is there left to ask?
There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get that out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well. The defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful for the witness.
Okay. There's only one part that bothered me. So let me ask about that and I'll be happy. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latus?
Of course. He was my manager.
We knew. That's what's been bugging me.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I know what has been bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes?
Is he right, Apollo?
Yes, I was.
It's a lie.
Witness can't see. God damn it, how did I miss that? Mr. Latus told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind.
I don't know.
What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
Witness Shiver. We've heard that many times, along with a little play acting by other French.
I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I meant what he said before that. Before? That he tried to tell you. When he said he can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see.
Too bad the defense did not. Well, head for head. Try relaxing and looking at the facts as they line up now.
Sorry if she were to tell anything before. Yeah.
Order! Order!
Recall Lamoureux's earlier testimony. I did not search it up, Moss. I made a mistake. I took the hit. But now we basically powered through it. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important point. The moment she was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? Ah, but I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We've already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Spoken like a true disabled phoenix. That's a good one, Moss.
Go on. What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here?
We have the results back from the investigation.
The investigation?
Ah, the Interpol numbers that Mr. Latouche left us.
Ah, well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterwards. Detective Crescent, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX 314206. The agent registered under that number was Romain Latouche. Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He apparently was in the middle of an operation.
So when he wrote those letters,
He was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away.
Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lemur's manager was just a cover, most likely.
There's one other important detail I found.
Well, off with it.
It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latouche. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on that revolver matched.
So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties to it.
It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think.
Yeah, somehow.
Thank you for looking into this for us, Detective Crescendo. It is a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it!
Wait!
Lamoureux, is something the matter?
That voice just now. Darian? Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I am sure of it.
It was him.
You are insane! That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latouche, when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian.
Is this some kind of a joke? What?
No way. courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. Wow! That hasn't happened in a long time! I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lemuror fingering Darian Christian. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lemuror heard? Things were changing fast. Frankly, I wasn't sure I was able to keep up with it.
Hey, no whipping out now, Apollo.
Things are getting interesting.
That's at least been 3 hours.
3 hours, 39. No, wait. Hold on. I started at 12:15. 3 hours and 3 hours and 24 minutes. Hold on. Hold on. Wait for it. Three hours, 25 minutes now.
Yeah.
So, quick question there, Moss, if you're still here. Am I halfway through the case yet? July 9th, 2:12 p.m., Write Anything Agency.
Hey, Apollo.
What?
Well, actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not.
Out with it! The suspense is giving me an ulcer.
Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it?
Score? I guess I would, or maybe, well... I'm just as bad as you.
See? It's so vague.
Clearly. Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. But I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. The victim, Mr. Latouche. Would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent. What a mess. We don't have any idea what he was investigating.
Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lemuror told us the whole court.
Look at that big fucking question, though.
We don't even know anymore.
It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries.
I don't. Speaking of mysteries,
Of course you did.
what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around.
What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will?
I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said.
Top secret?
Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine.
Fine. Right. Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate.
That's the spirit.
Lemuror dropped a bomb in court today.
It was Darian. Lemuror said she's never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool.
Yes.
What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called.
Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time.
Wrong? Why?
I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert.
That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time.
Right. You having to look up on stage? Maybe at Darian, even?
You bet I did. He's one of the Gavanier's guitarists, after all. He's so cool. Oh.
He's got the perfect alibi. Right. All the Gaviniers have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage.
But Lemuror heard him, didn't she? He heard Darian backstage, right?
Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly. So, about Agent Latouche, huh? Interpol agent. I was wondering...
What is Interpol, anyway?
Stop copying me, it's creepy. Huh? Interpol? For the guys who catch international criminals.
Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name?
Yeah, about that. Interpol. International Police. Interpol. I just blown your mind. Anyway, you think he was investigating a Lammermoor?
What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be.
Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying.
But I remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces.
If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something.
I wonder if it was something that has something to do with that something. That something being our case. Less something, I mean.
Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What's Mr. Latus up to? Trucy? Was that another one of your tricks?
It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that.
You! Fuck, what's gonna be his voice? Fuck it.
Whenever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Klavier! Oh, yeah! That's not the right voice. Hold on, let me get into character. Oh, yeah, baby. That's the voice I'm looking for. Klavier!
Hey, the other day.
That's right, I'm bringing back an old favorite. Yeah, baby!
I tend to remember who she is, but I can't remember who.
That's top secret then, baby. I can't spill the beans. We meet again.
Nice to meet you. Who are you? Could you please stop smirking like that?
It's you, Uncle Valance.
Uncle? He's your uncle?
No, silly. It's the great Grammarier.
Grammarier. There we go.
Grammarier. Valent Grammarier. The Grand Magician.
Yes, it is I, the great Valent Grammarier, as seen on television, baby.
Could you please stop smirking like that?
It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown.
Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same.
I hate to be true, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit?
I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your question. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I'm quite tame, baby. Though my stardom may steer the sight, I'm quite down to earth when the need calls.
He does have a certain aura to him, that's true.
Let's ask him about the case, Apollo.
His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. He's practically drooling with enthusiasm.
After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle.
Really? What? You mean Mr. Wright?
No, I mean my real dad.
Oh, I get it. Trucy's adopted.
Yep.
Trucy's real father. Yeah, Apollo Justice just has some weird names that are hard to pronounce. I say it like grammar, like grammar, but grammar. Yay.
I'm personally like
Grammarier. But yeah, I say grammarier. And that's how I've heard it said online, so Now, tell us about this troupe grammarier. By the way, Moss, I hope you're cackling at the return of the voice.
Wait, Apollo, don't tell me you don't know about the troupe Grammarier.
Troupe grammarier. Huh? No.
Wait.
But it does sound kind of familiar.
Oh, lost to life, lamentably listless lad. Do not know one of the greatest troupe of magicians on the planet.
Valiant Grammarier. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child.
The voice you're doing does sound familiar. I'm trying to remember.
So it's grammary, like grammary? Mine sounds cooler. I'm gonna stick with Grammarier. It sounds more, I don't know, mysterious?
How did you say it was pronounced?
Apparently it's pronounced grammary.
Grammary?
Yeah, but, that's not as cool. I'm gonna stick with grammarier.
You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an entire amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe, and then escaped from a high-security prison.
You said he is a magician.
Oh, I open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is a true miracle of true grammarier, baby.
Wait,
What, Apollo?
I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo?
A duo?
Yeah, you had a partner. Something grammarier.
Oh, yes, Zach Grammarier, a masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship.
Why is everyone so quiet?
Dad,
Oh, crap. Apollo, you're gonna get smacked.
Oh, once upon a time, true Grammarier include two grand magicians. Myself, Valen Grammarier, and my partner, Jacques Grammarier.
This Zach was
he was my real father.
Brucey's father. Magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea.
There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I got my father after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo.
Glad I'm good for comic relief at least.
Not that I see Daddy around much these days.
I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
I don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valen.
I'm sure you are.
Not one for modesty, are you?
When I encountered you at the Coliseum for the first time in 7 years, I could afraid not what contain my emotions. I swept oceans. And to learn you not defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. It was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing.
I'm his defense attorney, actually.
My other reason for coming here today was this.
That's a videotape?
Quite so. The recording of the concert, no less. I bought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troupe Grammarier. Will you watch it?
Hold on.
That is something that hasn't been explained yet, actually, now that I think about it.
What?
How did she do the trick? Just watch, you'll see what I mean. Well, we know that's when his guitar caught fire, but that's not what I'm talking about. This.
With a platform like that should be impossible.
And here's something even crazier. Oh, his hand's on fire. And... that.
Poor Gavin.
Yeah, poor Gavin.
Klavier.
Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious?
There are more mysterious things in her song going on. Way more mysterious. This Valen Grammarier has good reason to be here today. I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Hold on. Oh, you wanted to say something?
Which you're using for fun. It sounds familiar, especially with the Arabic course.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying who it is.
Hard. More than one character from Ghost Trick from my memory.
I'm not saying who it is. Wait. No.
Could you tell your suspicions have face?
Hold on. Open your eyes, damn you. Damn it! I'm trying to figure out the trick, but I can't. In any case. Let's present this to him. So, I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there.
I didn't see a stunt.
What about Lammeror vanishing and reappearing?
Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen, I didn't even notice.
So young to be so jaded. Oh, simple sleight of hand. A petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you.
So that's why you were at the concert.
Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course, baby. I'm like a deity with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done?
Hey!
Trucy?
That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. A magician never reveals their secret.
Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Mine none. For my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Don't even ask. I won't answer.
Too bad for you, Apollo.
Yeah, whose side are you on? I, Valentine, now make my leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Valent. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I've been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I must slink back to the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, baby. Crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally.
Well, there you go, Apollo.
Too bad.
Let's get cracking.
Right. Valentine, I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, a bit of magic that made Lammeror disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father. July 9th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Archie may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect.
They don't have any decisive evidence.
Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room.
Right, the air vent.
And he lied.
Lied?
Machi Tobaye can see.
Ah, Machi!
Speak of the devil.
He looks like he's doing okay.
I forgot. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything.
Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo.
It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest.
If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen.
I think she's actually worried for me.
So, what did you think of the trial today? I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial.
Hey, all's well that ends well. I have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win.
No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you.
Ow! Trucy raises a good point. You win when you're found not guilty. It doesn't matter if you're innocent or not.
Yeah. Rules of phrase, attorney.
Rules of life. Japan and the United States both have a major problem with false convictions. The problem isn't that they happen. It's when they happen and evidence comes out that proves otherwise, no one goes back. No one goes back to the trial to try to continue them. The judges are too stubborn to admit they've made a mistake. And especially in Japan, things are way different than they are here in the States.
Yes, but to be fair, yours probably more filled with corruption.
You'd be surprised. You would be astonished. Did you know that in Japan, they can hold you for more than 30 days without access to an attorney? Here in the States, you get that on the same day or you're free to go, basically.
Interesting.
And it gets worse.
Huh?
I'm not going to go into it today. If you want more info, look up Game Theory. They go really into detail on it in their, and believe it or not, in their, God, what is it? Death Note video. They can explain it far better than I can. Anyways. Uh-huh. Why did the bracelet just...
I'm glad Adamura testified. What a great person! He even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect.
The Aryan of the Gavineers, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went and all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey.
What is it, Apollo?
No. It's nothing. I must be imagining it.
Imagining what, Apollo?
It's just, I couldn't help but feel that... I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right?
How could he? He's a young Virginian. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to it.
Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces?
Was I that bad?
Machi lied about not being able to see.
But what if that's not all he lied about?
If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him.
I think it'll take something big to get him some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi.
So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lamaror can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're gonna get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it does. Alright. To the Coliseum.
Well,
July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum.
what a great day! It's perfect weather for sleuthing.
The weather matters for an investigation? Of course it does, Apollo.
Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days?
Sure, let's get started, shall we?
Right on! Show us your stuff, Apollo.
What stuff?
Your voice training. This is a perfect place for it.
I did enough at home, thank you.
Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage.
I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I'm a lawyer.
Then you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather day. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout objection?
Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. What's that? Creature.
Oh, that's the police mascot, Blue Badger.
Eh? It's life-size.
Haven't you seen him around town patrolling the streets? Yes, even now, even Law and Order, he's a mascot.
I'd run for that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky.
I don't think you're showing the Blue Badger spirit, Apollo.
Ugh. Oh, wrong button. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today.
It's huge! Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday I'll fight my first battle on this stage.
Battle?
Oh, yeah, it's a coliseum, isn't it?
They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Jersey.
Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped.
Sometimes I worry about her.
Look, a balloon.
Those balloons next to it have sponsored ads on them.
Let's see. Big sale. All shirts 50% off.
Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. Look, a massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. The giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena.
Oh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it.
Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door.
And I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business.
Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute.
Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me.
Is this part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut, I wonder? Ah, that reminds me. Hold on, we need to go back. I forgot to check in on the plants. Jerry! It's Jerry, right? Mr. Charlie, the potted plant. Huh? Leaves are looking a little brown.
Good morning, Mr. Charlie. Ah, Mr. Charlie, your leaves.
Maybe you weren't giving him enough water?
No, it must be stress. He's worried about the new recruit at the office.
Hey, don't blame it on me. You were watering him, right?
It was Daddy's turn to water him this week. Ah, Mr. Wright
has been away on his top secret missions, no?
Sorry, Mr. Charlie, this is my fault. I'll water you soon, promise.
Water him now, we're home. July 9th, backstage hallway.
Ah, Mr. Attorney.
Lamaror! I'm so sorry about today.
There's nothing you need to apologize for. You're merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were just before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before.
You never really stop to think about it, but yeah, your footsteps can give you away if you're not careful.
Oh, you must have great ears.
Ears that heard the crime take place. So she claimed yesterday, but how? That was quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Darian Crescen's voice at the scene of the crime.
I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice.
I'm guessing that Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something.
The next moment, I heard those gunshots.
Why didn't you call security?
To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Darian's voice that she heard.
Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Lamiror. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia.
And
he was playing the piano?
Yes.
I'm glad I had that channel muted.
He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see.
Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see?
No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound.
Must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see, all the while acting as your eyes.
We held hands, always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He was a smart, gentle boy.
I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. About Mr. Toulouse.
Yes. He was an Interpol agent, I hear.
So you had no idea?
Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover, but
someone was after him. They had to know who he really was.
Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand.
You have no idea?
I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why?
What makes you think that?
Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition, as my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory.
Clouded. Right. Your amnesia.
The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart.
In your heart?
I have no memory of the time before I became Lamiror. I awoke from darkness to darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days.
What was it that you said about not being able to remember the lights?
I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before become Lamiror is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me?
Do you think your past might be related to this case?
No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamiror. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been.
Took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time.
Thank you. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician.
Valiant Grammarier. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done?
I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grammarier made me swear to never tell a soul.
I was afraid of that.
Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. Ah, I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something.
Yes?
When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor.
Device? Maybe you mean this?
That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much.
What? What did you think?
This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert.
I wonder whose this is.
We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing.
We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on?
No.
Attached? That's some kind of robot, Apollo.
Wait, what does it say? Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Alright. Aw, the tower's back down.
That song. Is that the one Labrador was singing?
Yeah, you're right. The guitar serenade.
Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this.
I couldn't see that.
The house is full and has won the audience size with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air.
Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician?
Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I?
Some dedication. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy! And indeed it is.
Uncle Darwin!
What exactly are you doing here? I take a real responsibility and task undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure the nod is amiss.
Labrador teleportation illusion.
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about exacting examination, I happened to notice a piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody.
Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Val can shed some light on this whole thing for us. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. The Roman vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Oh, indeed, baby. The purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, make her disappear like a dream, baby. Dream? Yeah, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorceress acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have to have used some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I'm a professional. My illusions are custom made for a time and place, baby. Now, because of the murder, all of the eyes on the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of the troupe are concerned.
So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well.
And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why, do you ask? Why does he ask? I think it's better... I think it's probably quicker if I just go and check it out myself then. I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Grammarier, yes, you say. I recall him seeing on television. Something of that sort? Actually, yeah, you're right.
Wow, you just read your mind, Apollo!
Where everyone tells him that he makes a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifique Grammarier. It was he who began the great treatment Grammarier. At his prime, not a day passed that
He did not play upon the screens of every TV there was.
You have a vague memory of someone like that on TV.
Yeah, several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act. Yes, cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen, a barren waste stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went to all your shows. If I were in the parking lot down at the supermarket.
If you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grammarier, but for my partner. My partner? You mean, yes, Zach Grammarier, Trucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there is no name higher than Grammarier in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Grammarier. Our founder, Magnifique Grammarier, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made all that whole jumbo jet go, what happened to the jet again?
Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought.
Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zach were the shining stars in the Grammarier's crown.
Cool, huh? Zach Grammarier was my father.
Now that Magnifique and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Grammarier, who brings the Grammarier miracle back to the big stage.
I'm rooting for you.
Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I still need your skill by my side.
One skill coming up.
How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? You said the piano was troubling you? Let's find out why.
That's one big piano. I never actually played one.
You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime.
No good. He can't play either.
I kind of feel bad for the guy now.
Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy.
Huh?
Ew.
Did you make that noise just now?
Let me try it again.
That!
You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. I'm gonna take a look under the hood. Huh? Look! This was stuck between the strings! Looks like some kind of switch.
Someone must have thrown this into the piano. I have a bet I know what that is. That's a remote trigger. That's exactly what it is. A long-distance lighter. That's how Christoph's guitar... Is it Christoph? Fuck, was it Christoph or... hold on. Klavier. Yeah, that's how Klavier's guitar caught fire. That switch did it.
This switch, sitting here, tempting me to push it.
Don't. You might blow up the whole Coliseum.
Apollo, please! I think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it in our busy times.
All right, Trucy P.I., please enlighten me. What do you think the switch does?
Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room?
A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. Oh, there's no fingerprints on it. Damn it. Still, that is quite a clue.
I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Latouche up on the tower.
Yeah, I used to not like high places. Now I hate them.
It's not like it would have been nicer if we found the dead body closer to the ground. But that does remind me. Daddy's bad with heights, too.
Huh. No kidding. I wonder why Mr. falls off a 100-foot high cliff.
He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over.
Poor guy. So that's how he deals with heights, huh? Now that's a big instrument case.
It's a case for a contrabass, I think.
Give it 20 violins in there, I bet. Look at all the electronics. Maybe I should present the Switch to him? Oh, words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is the stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye.
True, you're getting on in years. How much time left to make your mark, huh?
This is not how I was seeing it. But he doesn't care about what I have to show him, I get the point.
For that, little buddy.
This is Tracy reporting in.
Over.
Why the sudden silence?
No one answered.
Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive?
It's like Emma performing the forensics investigation.
You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigating machine, which is just silly. Unless super high-tech android that runs on snackaroos. Ah. Maybe Emma's here? This was the window where Lammeror saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple.
It's hard to see a crime when you can't see, but she did hear it.
Yeah, but the window was closed.
Maybe she heard it some other way?
Okay, what am I missing? Can I ask you about this headset, Lammeror? You said that all concert staff were wearing one.
That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all the band members, too, I should think.
The prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too.
They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. A stronger signal would interfere with the sound system.
That makes sense. I think someone would notice that they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I get it. You're not gonna... Blah, 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 blah. Maybe I present a brooch to her? Crap. I was wondering about the stun in this video, right in the middle of the song. Yes, I get it. It's the same conversation we had back in Faye. It is against all that is sacred to inquire how a trick is performed, baby. Okay, so you tell me how he did it, Trizzy. But I don't know! Come on, you're a magician. Aren't you part of the same secret club? It's the ladder we used to climb up the stage tower. At a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon.
Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know?
Never be able to climb a tower again, period. Okay, so now I'm out of ideas. Yeah, blah, blah. God, what am I missing? There shouldn't be anything in the hallway. Yeah, I know, though. Avenue's dressing room. We're all out on an investigation. I think backstage isn't half glamorous without the band being here. Let's Lima Aurora's dressing room and the scene of the crime. Kind of lightly guarded for a crime scene.
I'm not complaining. Makes it easier for us to go in. And Emma is her okay too, right?
We can wander in and out and do what we like. What's she doing anyways? I hope she's not getting cavities from eating all those chocolate snackeries. Oh, here we go. Ah, I know those munching sounds. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom.
Hi, Emma.
What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever.
Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You gave me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool.
You're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Latouche left?
My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? That bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now I know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. They wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. That was my reward.
Chocolate snackaroos down at the recent popular or something?
I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again.
Be my guess. You're not going to find any clues in here.
I did find something strange. Something strange?
Well, spill the beans, Emma. Please?
So, what did you find? So little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. Electronic signal, you say?
You know what? I'm gonna try the trigger, but first, let's talk to her.
I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year.
Oh, if only it worked that way.
It just bugs me to think that little kid had outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lamonore's testimony. I mean, her saying that she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right! Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing for once in this country?
I'll pretend like I didn't hear that.
Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics?
Guitar Serenade, you mean?
I found the link, you know!
Would you stop spinning a lasso, please?
First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lamonore flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire, and in the end, a bullet took Mr. Toulouse's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this?
Don't ask me. I didn't do it.
Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You think I did it?
Sometimes I worry about that girl. Anyways, I think I'm gonna give her a heart attack. Press the button! Do you think you could take a look at this?
A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press this switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though.
Signal? You mean like an electronic signal?
What is it, Apollo?
Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found?
Oh, this?
Let me try pressing this switch. Click.
Ow! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea?
Act. Ow.
Well, and now we know that what this thing is. An igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. You nearly lit me up, that's for sure.
Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose.
I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive?
Come on, it was just a few sparks.
Says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking.
Anyway, now that we know what this is, a remote for an igniter.
Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak. Probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area... Let's see... 30 feet from Lammeror's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage.
It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage.
Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation.
We're off to look for more clues. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then.
I feel better just knowing that this thing is what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck!
I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. The famous vent. That's the air vent with Machi Tobaye's fingerprints. What's with the frown?
Can a girl frown anymore? Is that a crime?
Ah, no, of course not. I just meant...
Machi Tobaye's fingerprints are on that air vent. Why would his fingerprints be on there if he wasn't the shooter?
That's not a question I want to have answered in court.
Hey, wipe that frown off your face. One stick in the mud per crime scene, please.
Guess girls can frown, but defense attorneys can't. The shooter must have used this to climb up into the vent.
All this tragedy because someone left a stepladder here.
I don't think Mr. Latus was shot because of a ladder.
You think it was Machi?
Yes. The air vent is pretty small after all. Does that prove he was at the scene? Did he escape at the time between the gunshots and us opening the door? Impossible. It didn't take us very long at all. After the shooting took place, Amora tried to come into the dressing room and dropped her brooch.
I think that fits with the other stuff we know. You think the timing of when she dropped it is important?
Yeah. Something about it bugs me, that's for sure. Look at the way those bullets tore through this thick wall. I don't know if it really was something else.
What if someone as little as me could even fire it?
Dislocating your shoulder would kind of put a crimp on your stage career.
He always has stiff shoulders. Maybe that could help loosen him?
Don't even mention it. I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it.
Nah, he doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet.
Look, the carpet's been torn up here.
That's the part we did in the luminol testing in court.
Looney Mall.
What's Lunimol? It's luminol. Get it right. Damn, it's kind of scary when it comes to science.
Best learn the word and not incite her wrath again. Yeah. This was the window where Mamiror saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple.
Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see. But she did hear it.
Yeah, but the window was closed.
Maybe she heard it some other way?
I don't know. Let's move. Well, might be part of the illusion? Let's find out. No. I don't... Oh, look at that. What? Time to laugh at the murder?
Darian,
That old bag opened up her pie hole, and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darian isn't the best of moods, is he? How many people are these days, it seems?
it is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out.
Then Gavin had to go and rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid! No, his alibi is rock solid. He was on stage. Literally, in the video, you can see him.
So, about your alibi.
You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. Music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. And I found Mr. Latouche dead. I got 1,000 witnesses who saw me too! Right there on that stage!
Your guitar playing was something else.
Thanks, little lady! See? This whole thing's a sham! I can't believe they aren't letting me work! There's no need to yell at me. Lamaror's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at this moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag! How could she possibly identify me?
They won't let you work?
He won't let me work. Gavin, since I got a lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He is gonna be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's as straight as an arrow, man. When he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day. Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? On Zenzo was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Oh, second guitar. It was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think the Gavineers are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's out of the prosecutor's office, most likely. Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? And the data on the victim should have come in from Interpol.
Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally? Apollo, let's go check it out. I always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
That's not such a bad idea.
Right on.
Say hi for me, okay?
Oh, and screw you.
Tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yeah? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Crap, history.
Well,
Great, way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping! Don't get led astray with some siren song, huh? Get this one wrong, and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. What's up, Doom? No, I was not. I was not using Monokuma voice. I was trying to go for a rock star voice.
let's not talk to him anymore, all right?
Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. We've never actually been to Gavin's office. Hello? Whoa. This is Gavin's place. Yeah.
Sure.
So, this is it. The Gavineers' head office.
It's not the band's office. It's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavins is on the phone. Oh well, I guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like.
That's eavesdropping.
Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band?
Should make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Letus. Letus? Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report. Chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? Ah, it's times like this when I start to miss Darian. Oh? Hi.
Ooh, just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad.
How could I be? There's not enough tea in the world. In any case, have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist.
Watch and learn, Apollo.
So, who have you come to see? Huh? Klavier, lead vocalist for the Gavineers, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom.
What do you think he means, Apollo?
I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today?
Yeah, I always read the TV section.
Good girl. How's about you, huh? Hell, forehead. I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Answer to Trash, the prosecutor's deadly song.
Ooh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one.
Ah, it's not a show. It's an article of news, you know?
Oh, does this have anything to do with the case?
Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with his song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? You think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course.
Oh, that was all Apollo's idea.
Hey! Is that a newspaper over there, too? Ah, yes. The Virginian Daily Bugle. Go on, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say that this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song.
Probably no one in Virginia could believe it.
It's probably seen as just as serious as this book. Their journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Lamador's testimony will be probably in the evening edition, I imagine. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum.
Lamador was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You'll understand how much I want to solve this case quickly, possibly.
I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it.
You co-wrote it with Lamador, if I remember correctly? Ah, that's right. It was last year. I'd gone on tour to Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact.
And that's when you heard Lamador's voice?
It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew that I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting.
Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout.
I think it's sort of a special case, Drusy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lamador.
And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have. Like Apollo, say.
It is a memory that I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night and that very guitar is right over there. You mean, this charred lump?
Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history. And it's only borrowed, not really, only brown, not really charred.
No matter. I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have.
During that song anyway, why does guitar suddenly catch on fire? You think you could show it to us? Your slightly burnt guitar?
I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it?
I'm pretty sure they don't want to call fire.
Yeah, I already know how it caught on fire, I think. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this.
That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it?
I thought it was...
Wait,
Hold on. I thought that it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally.
Oh, did you find anything out?
He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. As a result, he came up with intriguing. Intriguing?
How's that guitar tied into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused.
I was just wondering where the work chair in this office was. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. That's a massage chair, isn't it? Ah, it's an ergonomic, adjustable office.
I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. Those feel great. Did I say something wrong?
No, I merely realized the utility of an explanation. Man, I would kill for this kind of a chair. You kidding me? Look, got a keyboard, goes right into music on the screen. God, I would kill for that chair if it had an actual, computer keyboard.
it's like, is that a map?
This display shows all the evidence for the case.
Look, Apollo! He's got 3 televisions!
I've got 2. Hey, don't look at those too close. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once?
I wish I had 3 TVs.
What would you possibly do with 3 television sets?
I mean, look laid back and relaxed, but in reality, I'm quite busy, you know? I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases. But if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once!
First 2 seem useful, I suppose.
Wow, look at that stereo!
To me, a life without music is inconceivable. I never turn down the volume, even when I'm working on the case.
It's such a huge speaker, it must be really loud.
This room is completely soundproof, of course.
Really? In my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on to record something.
Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them. Work something out?
Lately, we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training.
Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright, too. Ha!
What's that on the plate there?
Is that gum?
Gum?
Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang? So he put it on the plate for later consumption.
You think a rock star could afford a fresh stick?
Don't jump to any conclusions now. That is no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Also, I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic.
Wait, that phone call.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever? about? Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You weren't listening to my phone call, weren't you?
Who, us? I tried to stop him, really. He forced me to...
Hey, you were the one to get in for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. Well, apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after.
This slump?
Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? Look at all the guitars. Look at all the guitars. Why so many? You can never have too many guitars. They are like my lovers. I did not just hear him say that.
They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and roll is always special guitars at the end of a show.
No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician.
You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo.
And breaking his guitars while he watches? That might be a little too much. Of course. I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man who would go and do such a thing to the ones he loved?
No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upsetting prosecutor.
I happen to prosecute Gavin God of Rock. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Klavier.
How did it end up here?
They gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present out of it.
But this guitar is from Virginia?
That is. We couldn't carry it back on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruins the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamador's studio. I use a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout.
I still think he's a special case.
That's a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned.
What's that? What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar?
That's right. What was that all about?
You know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
A broken device?
Yes, this, in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now. However, he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd. The device looks strangely familiar. You don't say! Let's get the strange lump first. This was found in Mr. Latouche's bag. It is apparently a replica of something. It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever this is a replica. You mean whatever Mr. Latouche was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation.
Well, what is it?
Don't ask me for a line.
Huh? If you don't want to tell us, you can just say so.
I put it in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain.
Oh.
There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. So the Latouche went through all the trouble to become Lamaror's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. What the hell is this? I've sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lamador. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Virginian. Ah, before I forget,
Zenetta.
yes, present the igniter. It has to be one of these.
What is it, Apollo?
That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter.
Another one?
It was at the crime scene, in Lammeror's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. That's the scene of the crime. What could that mean? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thank you for dropping by, Herr Forehead. Thanks? Why, you give me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive. I guess I could have had it. I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thank you for the information about the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouche was investigating.
Hey, that's right.
Ah, I've been thinking, Cat Forehead. We encountered many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing the song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that.
Mr. Prosecutor,
Fraulein.
can I ask you why you sing in a band?
Ah, because I want women to turn and look at me when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps.
Hmm.
No clues here. The hell you mean no... Oh, wait, hold on.
Hold on. Simple.
Sample, huh? Think they put a big enough label on it?
Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake.
Yes, they might think it was an otherwise tasty, multicolored lump of plastic.
Maybe it's the manufacturer? Sample toys when you can't afford the real thing?
Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. Ooh, them's fighting words, boy.
Hmm.
It's lightly scorched, and then there's this.
It's burned clean through!
Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk now.
Kind of like you after a trial, Apollo.
Boy, which part, the burned clean through or the useless hunk of junk? You watch your tongue there, Trucy. I'll have half a mind to bonk you over the head with this guitar.
Hmm. Eh.
I saw that game. I saw that.
Hmm.
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 Uh.
Looks like Machi isn't questioning.
Huh. The police must have a Borginian interpreter. That's no fair. I wish we could talk to him.
I guess we'll just have to come back later if we want to see him.
Guess so. Damn it.
Cussing.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold up.
Emma! Oh, it's you. You came at a good time.
Hello there, Emma. What's up?
Either of you know where Lamiror is?
Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago.
Yeah? That's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office.
Lamiror is missing?
It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own, being that she's blind and all.
Yeah, we'll help you look for her.
Great, thanks.
I got an inkling. This place is deserted.
I wonder where Lumberer went off to.
I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful.
I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little.
I have an inkling I know exactly where she is. If I know this game series like I think I do, there's only one place she could be hiding. They found Machi Tobae's fingerprints on that air vent.
It's a little lackluster, you know.
Lackluster?
I mean, using the air vent is so obvious. No audience is going to pay good money to see a trick like that.
Things must look different through a magician's eyes.
It'd be much cooler if the killer got out through that tiny window.
Don't go there. You'll get your head stuck. Maybe she's on the main stage? Let me just check this dressing room real quick. Yeah, she's got to be on the main stage.
Probably, yeah.
Yo, why is it pitch black?
Same question.
July 9th, 4:46 p.m. in the wings. Huh?
This stage is pitch dark.
Power breaker must be off for this section. Great.
I'll go get someone. Ah! Yikes! It really was dark out there.
Dark. That's all Lemuror has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness?
Hey, Apollo.
Huh? What?
Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like something's changed?
Change.
I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me.
Now it's bugging me, too. What's she talking about?
Wait, something's in there.
Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before?
Huh. I guess someone closed it.
Wait. Look, where the case closes.
Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's...
Let's open it, Apollo.
Lemuror! Emma! We had to get Emma! Lemuror was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Teresa just clung to my arm and cried. Me? I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days, too many. July 9th, 5:53 p.m. Hickfield Clinic waiting room.
Emma, how's Lemuror? Is she okay? You. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay?
Yeah. She came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late.
That's good to hear.
So, what happened?
Someone attacked her.
She was struck on the forehead. By who?
We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? It's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh.
Right.
Would you like to see her now?
Is that all right?
She wants to thank you for saving her life.
Lemuror!
Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened?
It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but I said nothing. And I went to return to my dressing room.
You were hit?
I knew that very moment. I knew the assailant was trying to kill me. No! He was looking for me. The first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first.
Why the stage?
I overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work.
Oh!
Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid.
So the assailant couldn't see you.
Wasn't the case. I'm afraid that I passed out.
Wow, that sounds like a really close call.
pretty much is.
Do you have any idea who it might have been?
Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they did not say a word.
Too bad.
Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am.
Good point. Be sharp.
And you're much taller than I am. You're not as tall as Apollo.
So that means it was likely an adult. Probably a man.
Why would anyone attack you, Lemmeror? The detective asked me this too. And to her, I gave the same answer. I do not know.
She would know what this is.
Ah,
Lammeror, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is?
this is what?
Mr. Latus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after.
He was after? You know, in his secret identity? As an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing.
You mean you know what?
Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Virginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica of...
I haven't heard of a Virginian cocoon before.
Why would he be carrying this around? Is it some kind of souvenir? I wonder... Well, they call it Virginian. It must only be found in Virginia. For certain, all in Virginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say.
I thought she said all in Virginia knew of these.
There's one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Virginia know.
What's that?
Cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does, and is caught, they will be put to death.
What? No, huh? That's a bit much. Why?
I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there's a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic.
He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real thing. That's my best guess.
So that's what he was up to.
Tracking down Virginian cocoon smuggling.
Smuggling. It seems that I was marked.
Marked?
Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Virginian cocoons with you! On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion.
And Mr. Latus was placed as an undercover agent to look into it.
Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Latus wasn't Virginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent. Which means
What, Apollo?
there must be some reason why Virginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Huh? Like what? How such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latus had Lemmeror marked. It couldn't be her.
Huh?
There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking with us, Lemmeror.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request.
If it is within my power.
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Virginian.
Apollo?
Would you come with us? If you're well enough.
I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going?
Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. There's only one other person that could be involved. Machi. Machi. We came to talk to you about the case.
Machi.
Could you interpret for us, Lemmeror?
Yes.
Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. We still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Machi, is there another secret you're hiding from us?
Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret?
What do I mean by secret? Well,
No.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you?
Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't.
Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainties. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one.
Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about.
Lamaror, please interpret.
Very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it.
He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? You know everything?
Yes, everything. Well, sort of.
Have him tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon, anyways? The cocoon, silk, is a potent cure. A cure?
Let's cure some disease.
The cure for incuritis.
A cure for incuritis?
What's incurious?
But if it's a cure, why keep it in Virginia like that? Just think of all the lives that get saved by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reason myself.
Okay, well, at the very least, we know what it is. And Mr. Latouche was after the smugglers. Wait, was Machi?
Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little.
You're only 15, and you're sort of a magician, aren't you?
Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician.
He said sort of. Oh, Dad, the copy of that security camera tape.
Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb.
I wonder. Do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone?
Machi really did bring one into the country. Planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home?
Right. The penalty is death.
I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death.
That's right. It's punishable by death.
About the case. What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death. This meeting's over.
Darian? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet.
The call from Machi from the Virginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Let's give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that.
Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait.
I never liked you.
Either of you.
Darn it, we were so close! He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo.
He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say.
Apollo!
There can only be one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. It's showtime. So Machi's involved with smuggling, but we have an idea that Darian did it. Now we just need to prove it. The first step is proving that Lamaror's testimony is true. Somehow.
Well, this is it.
Today's the day it all goes down. And there was yesterday. think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. What was that? He is heard, but unseen.
Who's that talking?
Oh, Valent Grammarier, baby! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door, normally.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valen?
A preposterous proposition, baby. How could I stand upon that stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. Might even have to sign autographs. That's why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Oh, with the vanishing magic?
Indeed. I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
The Grand Grammarier glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. Glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion, baby. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell.
And there he goes.
Sure seemed happy about that illusion.
Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. A big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants. Or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really.
So he was talking about what he saw at the concert.
Amora's disappearing act.
Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened.
Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Ah, excuse me, sir. Yeah? Scheduled starting time for the trial has been agreed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. By the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again. Hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently, his condition has worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son.
Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge just had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper.
If you would care to read about it yourself.
That's pretty good.
Article about the Chief Justice's son who is afflicted with anchoritis. Anchoritis? Where have I heard that before?
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies in it if you can. Alright, July 10th, 10:30 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Ahem. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... how do you say this name again?
Machito Baye, our suspect, Fortissimo.
Right. It's his trial, in any case.
The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No. Well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Anchoritis, was it? The article said there's no known cure.
Yeah, Judge. Let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law.
Indeed. Left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought that Darian would guest on to season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavaniers. He is also a detective, making the current charges seriously. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi.
an alibi.
Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on that night of the shooting was in 3 sets.
Oh yeah, that's another problem. We need to get rid of his alibi somehow. Because we've got 10,000 people vouching for him.
The Gaviniers ripped up the stage during the first set.
For the second set,
Our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Klavier, and Machi, along with a drummer and bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Klavier and the defendant had left the stage at that point, when the Gaviniers were already there. This is when 2 shots rang out. What's that?
What if it happened before the first set? Since he's
hey, I don't know how that would happen. We heard the gunshots during the second set. No, we heard the gunshots at the third set.
This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by the defendants in the sky, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right?
I sure did.
Furthermore, Lamador herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. When she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent. Oh,
But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was...
precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on. Voila. A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
True. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage.
So there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darren Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lamador was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony. Then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Uh-oh, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now... Ugh. Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamador might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony?
Wait. What about yesterday in the detention center? Machi was trying to tell us something. I know it.
Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath.
Very well, the court finds this defendant. What was it?
Objection!
Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I'd like to call another witness.
Exactly who else do you need to hear from?
A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English.
You don't mean.
I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobaye to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English.
We'll use an interpreter.
Interpreter?
I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as I love you and where is the toilet. The defense would like to request Lamiror as the interpreter.
Lamaror? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
Which is most unusual.
Bravo, Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamiror lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Great. Please show the defendant and Lamiror to the witness stand.
I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with. If you would, Lamiror.
Yes. He says Machi Tobaye, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this court. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular.
So good.
Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
Huh? If I would what, Your Honor?
Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? Or would you have him testify about it?
Well, I wanted to testify about. I hadn't thought of that far yet.
Apollo? Aren't you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday?
How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me a moment, if I might speak.
Yes.
Yes, Lamiror.
Just now, Machi said there's something about which he wishes to testify.
Machi wants to testify about something? What could that be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
The suspense is killing me.
What?
What? What?
Well, Lamaror.
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise.
Victory, Apollo! We did it!
This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is a vital testimony. Lamaror, I mean Machi. Please testify to the court.
Very well. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock, but if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I've wondered what he meant by proof, but he would only have to ask Lamaror to know the meaning of that song.
Lamaror! Did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked.
Has my oft-repeated warning already bled that forehead? Lamaror might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it. I have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today. Hold it! Were Maji and Mr. Latus close?
Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together.
Objection!
Lamaror, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours.
But I knew the answer.
This is a court of law. We'll play by the book.
I understand. Prosecutor Gavin's tough. He's really tough. Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Latus. Mr. Latus was always a gentle man, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen.
Hold it! The guitar serenade, correct?
Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of that song. The theft of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. That's why it could not have been me.
Hold it! I could not have done it. You mean...
It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day. For all those things followed the song lyrics closely.
Hold it! Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics?
He did not know the song was about. Its mood, shall we say, was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love.
It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking.
Well, perhaps I misunderstood.
Ah, no, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay.
No, it's my fault. I'm too used to singing in Virginian. It's much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics.
Mood.
Yay, I knew he was innocent.
I believe he is too, Trucy. I do.
What's wrong, Apollo? Got a tummy ache or something?
Something's hidden in that testimony. It's the truth. I'll find it.
Alright, then proceed.
You saw it, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha! His eyes are moving to the sides. Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lamaror said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you?
What are you saying? Of course he can't.
Must he continue the charade?
Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English.
Huh?
Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. Give him the name for this language. That is all.
What? Give me a break.
Is that such an unusual word to understand? You not know Espanol, for instance?
Well,
I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper.
Newspaper?
The Virginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They've already begun to report this case in their homeland.
I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they're quite fierce all of a sudden.
Machi's lying.
Contradiction.
Yep.
It doesn't mention the lyrics yet in the Bulgarian version.
Yep. Take this. Sorry, Machi.
Take that!
I have here a Virginian newspaper. The Virginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed. There is a feature article about this case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics.
What? What is this all about?
I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. How much English do you understand?
What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. I must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes.
Not possible. The subject of the lyrics were not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself.
Machi says... He says...
Yes?
It is true I read the newspaper. This is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
He says he heard the lyrics from me.
What? Is this true, Lammeror?
Yes. I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself.
It looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again.
Seems so, yes.
No, not again! I was onto something! I can't let this chance slip away!
Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you going to do, Apollo?
I want to keep on this cross-examining. I better think of another angle of attack. Or else... My bracelet's still going on. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well. Witness?
I understand.
I think she does the gulping thing again.
Gotta keep looking at it.
Aha! Gotcha!
Hold it.
Lammeror. currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Yes, you saw the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
See, there's little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lemuror, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
And allow me to answer for you. Lemuror, you're protecting Machi.
Take that!
Lemuror, you're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it. I trust you, but you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemuror lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. There he goes. Alright, so...
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little, only.
What?
First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lemuror.
No, I did not. This is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
Last. This is the last. Machi, can you tell us what really happened?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simply Aza.
I was in dressing room, behind desk. Manager, he on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Then there is voice.
Voice.
Or voices. Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latus had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
I take off. Run away. Run away.
So it was you who escaped through the air vents. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? Josh! No! He's clearly denied that he did it.
I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter.
Does the defendant have anything to say about this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Nothing I can testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please tell us the truth for your own sake.
No. No more speak. Not to any of you.
So much for your precious trust, Herr Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the French and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course to declare a 5-minute recess. The French will work things out with the defendant so we might proceed.
Thank you, Herr Judge.
July 10th, 11:23 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. Machi, Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Believe. I know shooting.
Machi claims that Mr. Latus was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latus already dead, and then you heard gunshots? If that's true,
So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots.
and you escaped through the air vents.
I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage.
The vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means?
Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo.
Huh, yeah. How did you know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something.
I hear this from Magician. Magician?
Don't look at me!
Magician, huh? Oh.
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche.
Yeah. What does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not.
Apollo, you're his defense attorney. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Danny always told me.
I'll just pretend you misheard him. Every time. So, what do we do?
You sure you won't testify, Machi?
No talking. No.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Of course. He's terrified. Oh well, guess we'll have to try a different approach.
That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan?
If Machi won't testify about it, I'll have to get someone else to testify.
Someone else?
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right.
July 10th, 11:28 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk.
Very well. So will he testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
What?
Then, when here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
A different angle?
If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamaror.
Objection!
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamaror's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamaror was taken to the hospital yesterday with injury.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Lamaror dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
What? I've heard no such report.
Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamaror? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? And someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been?
You don't think?
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, I am to understand that this is what you are saying. Namely, is that there is a nugget of truth in Lamaror's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly.
If Lamaror was attacked, this has a serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamaror's testimony once more.
Lamaror, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak.
You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us that you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes?
That is correct.
At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice.
I don't know exactly what yet, but I know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know.
Yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness will be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latus and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry. So I kept moving past the small window.
Why were you in a hurry?
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I'm sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way? Yet everything I said here is the truth.
Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lammerroar was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy?
Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness.
Yeah, just forgetting what you just.
Hold it!
Is something wrong?
No, I said hold it. You're saying the same thing as before.
Mr. Justice.
Sorry, it's nothing. Continue with your testimony.
I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days.
The one in the red over there is a shining example, Herr Judge. Last person should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar.
Hold it!
Why didn't you tell someone immediately?
Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It is our duty as citizens.
This maybe is besides the point, but Lammerroar isn't a citizen. So one would hope some common sense prevails in Virginia as well.
how? Laura seems awfully quiet all of a sudden.
That's strange. Are you hiding something?
Because as you say, yet at the time,
Yes, this is what I'm asking.
Hold it!
In a hurry for what? You were in a hurry. Go where?
I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said.
Are you in such a hurry then?
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case.
It very well might. Please answer the question.
Objection!
Are you alright, Lammerroar?
Yes. Yes, I'm just tired.
Recall what I told you yesterday, Herr Forehead. Lammerroar suffers from serious amnesia. Please, refrain from traumatizing her further. What, so we can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason has a connection to his case before asking about it, yeah?
Prosecution's objections is sustained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with your cross-examination.
Lammerroar was attacked because of his testimony. I know she was. So something's gotta be hidden here.
And there's some detail we're missing.
Guess we'll have to just start. I guess we'll have to get her to fill in the blanks.
Right.
Hold it!
Darien Crescent?
I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him. The one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I have to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window of the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course.
Apollo, we keep asking the same question as yesterday. We won't get anywhere.
Right. Maybe I could try. Lammerroar, do you by chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us.
I have given it much reflection, but
I'm afraid of this. He doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
The whole phrase. You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
When my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. See, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. What did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latus.
Shoot her then. Darien.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
Switch. And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latus.
I found it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this?
I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could even add that to the testimony.
Maybe Apollo.
This switch, perhaps.
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh, guess there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch. Saves the light. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here.
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
Stage.
Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Lammeror heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch?
Possibility.
Objection!
Oh, heck, go ahead. I like to call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lammeror's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gavineers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. They aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard.
The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout.
So too have her forehead's cries of possibility fallen on far short of being heard.
Sorry.
Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me. You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How's about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on the stage from the dressing room. The earpiece.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why that's...
What? What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking?
This is a type of transmitter, a communications device.
Communications device?
From what I've heard, that everyone on stage was using one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, except for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but Faith, they'll send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. I remember I said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section of diagram of this concert forum. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far. The direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be.
So, when Lammeror heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
You're claiming that this is the switch in question. Why did it have to be on this stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? And the shooter said press the switch. Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where this switch was, there's little point in debating it.
I'm sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know what that basic fact is. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes everything in the case.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo?
We know about this switch, right? We know what it is, what it does.
Yeah?
Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch,
Your Honor,
yes, Mr. Justice,
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of this link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
Ladies and gentlemen, the igniter!
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. That's
That's right. Is it another one of those newfangled phones?
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote? I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? I'll show you.
Yow, 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 yow! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected.
My whiskers had caught on fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you?
You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. The guitar. When your guitar caught on fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware of such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was valuable. A keepsake.
That's right. He got it in Virginia from Labrador. He said the sound was amazing before it burned. Now it just kind of smokes.
The better the guitars, the better, the brighter it burns. Yeah, forehead. Yes. Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Labrador. When's the guitar suddenly catching on fire? I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered something on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. But something about it is fucking... I can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Objection!
Yeah, go ahead. Don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
His simple story simply makes no sense. Think. That night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
That's right, of course.
The guitar caught fire during Labrador's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened after the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See? His story makes no
Objection!
sense. Are you sure about that?
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for this entire case so far.
What premise is this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Objection!
Yes, but Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act.
Objection!
Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. Namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane! Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote trigger igniter was inside his guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. But...
Order! 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 I will have order in this courtroom! But that goes against the evidence!
What does, Your Honor?
This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes?
Hey, he's right. Look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire.
You're thinking about it the wrong way.
Huh?
Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day, follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying that the order was reversed on purpose.
Reverse, Prosecutor Gavin.
If the criminal follows the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar band burst into flame. Yet, Herr Forehead has raised another possibility. He is claiming that the bullet came after. Not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooter came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way.
Order! 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 That would explain this most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic. Well, it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes. A contradiction here for him. One I pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemidor have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lemidor's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard. The shooter's voice.
What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo?
Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. Now, last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be a coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. It'll tell us how Lemidor heard the voice.
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Okay, Justice. We got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lemidor heard a voice. Heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lemidor able to hear the voice? The window was closed. No such thing. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be Virginian too. As I was saying, Lemidor could not hear the voice through that window. There can be only one other explanation. He heard the voice from a different location entirely.
What's this?
You do amuse me so. Oh, here I thought you and your good sense were back on speaking terms. Now, I'm afraid you and good sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hepworth? Lemidor clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. When there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is?
Ah, I know Lemidor. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Larry Warren heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was.
Lemidor heard the voice from here. Can't be through the door. Can't be through the intercom. That's not a window. TV's out of the question. Mirrors, no. No. He doesn't speak English very well, so...
Take that!
Does this look like a small window to you, Mr. Justice?
The state of modern society can be read from numerous objects and artifacts. In a sense, anything can be a window in our society.
I didn't ask you to point out a window on society. I want a window of the crime scene.
Points for trying. This is where Lemidor heard that voice from.
But that's no small window. It's the air vent.
What did she tell us? She said she's a Virginian unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lemidor was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? It's the only logical explanation, yeah. Logical? I do not think this means what you think it means, Half-Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamador be in the ventilation system, hiding like a rat? No offense intended to her. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamador? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes, I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I heard our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
The problem here is words. Lamador, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What? Language barrier!
Order! Order! I will have order! Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you, in fact, saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure I can't.
May I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime scene from above the ceiling of that room. Please.
Well, it looks like I'm on the right track.
Witness testimony.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard that was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I'd heard. So why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Bound to secrecy.
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime. You must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for. Yeah, Herr Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you going to do, Apollo?
I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above in that ceiling for a reason. Just have to get it out of her.
Can that something to do with her
It's-
performance?
Exactly.
And the way she switched between the platforms?
Above the ceiling. Could you be more specific?
I cannot.
Because you're bound to secrecy?
Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more.
It's not like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. By small window, you mean the air vent.
I only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course.
The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly.
So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard his voice come from the room.
Darian's voice.
I knew something terrible had happened, yet...
So, without a word, you just let the third set start?
After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you'd only told us sooner.
Yes, perhaps I could have.
I see little point in badgering the witness. What done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing completely unaware. Singing without a voice? Only all contradictions are so obvious. Why I can get my voice to talk? A camera like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance. You're quite sure.
Yes. How would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times.
Yes, you did. But you never told us why.
I I'm sorry. I was not able to speak of it.
Unable? Or unwilling?
He's not talking, Apollo. What do we do?
She doesn't have to prove it. As long as she is bound to this pact of silence, she will fall. If I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it.
How are you gonna do that? He was singing on the stage, Apollo. He could have been up on the ceiling, too.
Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. Maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. I do? The videotape, perhaps?
Hold it!
Exactly who bound you to secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is all right. It's just a name after all. It was Valent Grammarier. Perhaps you know him?
Valent Grammarier? What?
You mean Uncle Valent?
What? Valent Grammarier? Who's Valent Grammarier?
The Grand Magician. The one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert.
Interesting reaction, prosecutor. Emperor was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there. How do I prove it?
Videotape. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna have to go for.
Objection!
And what's correct?
Lamaror, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Yes, it's all right here on this video. As we can see, Lamaror was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamaror is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. But the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time, she moved to the back of the forum.
Apollo?
What, Trucy?
It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets. And it's against the rules.
But I'm a lawyer. You're not supposed to be nice.
This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. You couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, prosecutor?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Aha!
He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here, we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Lamaror's testimony from yesterday.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There's something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
He went in from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling.
Lamaror knew of this building, knew this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something.
I know if I opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage.
He said that? Oh, were you not informed, prosecutor? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, but I had no idea of the routes that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know.
Which is why he's bound Lamaror to secrecy. Well, Lamaror?
I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Archie was right about you.
So what does this mean? Are you saying that you used this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it that fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
That is a good question.
And the witness explained this to the court.
I cannot.
Very well, Mr. Justice.
Yes.
It's all to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how Lamaror was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Well, I get picked on. It's Lamaror who isn't going to go along with the program here.
I've stated before, I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll have to just tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be in your job to wring out the truth of her.
Yes, if you would, please.
Right. You're like a student before finals.
Good luck, Apollo!
Fuck you.
I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, you say. The mystery deepens.
I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor.
All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamaror is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I'm a magician after all.
Well, tell me.
Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on.
Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. She's not gonna spell if I press, so... Yeah, this is what I'm curious about. Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick?
Not all. Only a few that were needed to know. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis.
Not many people knew about the trick.
What were these stagehands required to do?
We needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there...
So when you came back out, you were behind the audience.
Yes, that is how it worked.
Not that that's so, if I do say so myself.
That's Uncle Valor for you. You'll done there a touch.
Well, that video, you were gone for only 20 seconds. How is that possible?
What I don't get either. Yes, it would be so hard to get so far in only 20 seconds.
Hold it! 2 minutes.
Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me.
Ah, that's true, but...
So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made this trip in 2 minutes?
Yes. No, I nearly didn't make it in time. See, I stopped halfway.
Lamaror disappears in the video for 20 seconds. She says that she made the trip in 2 minutes. How?
If you want my professional opinion, I'll get the answers right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony.
Evidence explain the discrepancy. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony.
The question is, what the...
I've got it! I've got it! Her brooch is missing!
Oh yeah, you're right. It's missing.
I needed to take another look back at the video, but that confirms it.
Take that!
Lamaror, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Aha! The brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you were bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when it was dropped. So did I. But we hadn't. Take another look at the video.
Still there.
The brooch is still right there. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch.
Oh, so she is.
Let's look a bit later.
And then
Pause.
the brooch gone.
Pause.
What? The brooch! It's gone!
That? Yes. The brooch disappeared in a short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lamaror we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamaror we see after are two different people.
What? What?
The brooch was found on the floor of the crime scene. And not just on the floor. On the floor directly beneath the air vents. Lamaror, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way to the stage from backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yes, I think I did.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin!
Your expression, I gather that you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me. That's the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. Though, I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage tower rose, Lamaror was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who is this replacement Laminor?
By the man behind the illusion, Valent Granier. Granier? That's quite the illusion. But I still don't get one thing.
Yes?
Switch happened right before the tower rose, no? So you weren't on stage.
That's right.
But this, Vic Lamaror is still singing. And she's pretty good.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. We're just playing a recording.
The Gaviniers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein.
Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
When we play at a show live, we play live. No recording. Perhaps you can explain, Lamaror?
Very well.
Yes. Do tell. And add it to your testimony. Hold it!
You were singing?
Yes, Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait. So you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
But if you were singing while you were walking,
That's right! Didn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all.
That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss something I'm singing in the ceiling.
Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. I don't know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
Speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in real-time feed from stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing in direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamaror singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamaror singing over a speaker.
ingenious! Her voice was hidden by... her voice!
Ah,
Lamaror?
I have just remembered something.
Do tell!
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I So you stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song stopped?
Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice.
Forehead! That mixing board I lent you. Where is it?
The mixing...
That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks.
Oh, this! Right here. I completely forgot about it. Let me take it out of my pocket. Let's take a listen. The song does stop there.
It does? I must have missed it.
Look at the lyrics sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again.
This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamoureux's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescend could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, prosecutor?
Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly.
Yet one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
That forehead theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamoureux's testimony.
Gosh, is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect his
Objection!
But you have no proof.
All I'm saying is that the truth is as of yet unclear.
Until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man? You don't mean...
Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darian Crescend must take the stand. I see no other way.
As someone with a new perspective on the case.
As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, a rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescend, get ready for justice.
This is a good time as any to take a pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
And the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
I think we're almost done here, which is good, because it's been almost 7 hours.
It's been a shitty long time.
I think I'm going to split the next case up into 2 parts.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
July 10th, 1:40 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Apollo, I can't believe it! It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamoureux's performance?
Reason why she was in the air vents. And that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took.
Oh, Phoenix.
Ah, Dad!
Mr. Wright, you... believe me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance to say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping?
Where have you been lately? You haven't been coming to the office at all.
Sorry about that, Tracy. I'm on a secret mission.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not well dressed.
Oh no, what if you're shot too?
Would I do such a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again.
Huh?
You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go.
What?
Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machitobae off the hook. No doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our diva divine is telling the truth.
But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch?
Piece of jewelry and a empirical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. Blame guitar, too. All because you lack the definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
The sultry songstress is lying. Your case smells like a butter and frying pan. Maybe behind the faintly singed scent of oil. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. Be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective, right? Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is.
what are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are found into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa?
Hey, Apollo? That's where we found that little device thingy.
Right. This. Finally, some evidence to make some sense. That's how he pulled off the gunshots. All for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict.
Just crackers exploding.
Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside of him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. He walked out the door just like a magician. Normally.
What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean?
I guess we have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes.
Yes.
Almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Hold on. That one was a loud one. I apologize.
There's nothing much I can do against that either myself.
All right. Oop, there we go. July 10th, 1:55 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent?
It's a witness lounge, ready to be called in at any time.
Very well.
But I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian, was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but this has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Yeah, boy.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand, Detective Darian Crescent.
Sup, Mohawk? What's up there, Pompadour? Name and profession, please. Darian Crescent. Detective. Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gavin Neers. Maybe you heard about it.
You fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today.
Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here.
The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner.
So much for old friends.
I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we can begin the trial.
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamirora's testimony, if, in fact, you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And wherever you are, and wherever you're from, Justice.
Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing.
A diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing else to back her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Did Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shootings took place when I was on stage, man.
So you claim Lamirora's testimony was all a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she blind.
You go too far, Darian.
Look, all I'm saying is you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
Detective Sky.
I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamirora's testimony alone. I'll find some other way to prove when the shooting took place.
Hold it!
You don't have any proof she was lying.
Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying Apollo glared back at him.
Couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Detective Crochet.
Yeah, what do you want? Apollo! Turn out, back straight, you're wilting.
This guy's hard as nails. He makes Walkie look downright cooperative.
Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. In the first place, she never heard my voice.
Hold it!
You never talked to her, even though you were playing at the same concert?
Not a word as far as I can recall.
But weren't there planning sessions or something?
Gavin took care of all that himself.
Darian wasn't the first involved with any of the meetings.
As if you can just go around remembering everybody's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that.
Laura's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him. I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof.
She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if.
Hold it!
We know she missed the words. The mixing board proves it.
Oh yeah, there was a mistake, but blaming it on gunshots is a lame excuse.
What do you mean?
The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in a song, a missed cue. So, she just flubbed it up big time, that's all. She spins a story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own good. And I have to hand it to her. If she wasn't sticking to me all the same time.
Darian, watch what you say. Lamirola is art. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber.
She's got you all right. I can see it in your eyes. I can tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious it's way over my head. And my pompadour.
Taking a rip from the Gavinier's ranks.
Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick.
Hold it!
Actually, I was there too.
So I hear, which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots.
Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you.
I guess you and Labrador got the same excuse for that.
We know one thing for certain. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the sunset. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots.
Archie heard them too. Remember? He said he ran for the air duct when he heard them.
So, how do we figure out what those gunshots during the third set were? Yeah, I know, use the firecrackers there.
Hold it!
I just want to show off all the things. That could have been when the shooter wanted us to think.
I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think that Diva heard me in that room.
I'm back to relying on Lamar's testimony. As much as I'm enjoying the Darien and Forehead show, there's no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some kind of comedy duo.
This means that Gavin and Darian show's canceled.
Either of your claims can be proven or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere.
Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts.
Facts, huh?
He's pretty eager to paint Lenore in a liar, isn't he?
Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case.
This is
Yes.
tough.
What?
I'm gonna keep watching for
Okay.
the
Yep.
in here.
Yep. Alright, take care, man. Alrighty.
This is tough. So what should we do?
I've got a few ideas. We just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did.
Objection!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt? That's another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder was found on those fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Eh. How did Gavin know about this? But you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the reports this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision after.
What decision is this, prosecutor?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control.
Of imagination, don't you? Well, you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient for me.
How so?
So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one to hear, you get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man?
I'll explain this. He may not look at, but Darian is a gifted detective. So any weakness when he's sure to find it.
He may not look at, partner. Gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset. The kind all the band members and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage.
Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Daddy. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Herr Forehead. I have a question for you. For me, the igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could create a fine alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were fake. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half?
Oh, just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin?
Indeed. If you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, you proved the crime took place during the second set.
Yeah, I think.
You better know, Apollo. Otherwise, we're through.
It can be proven. It sounds like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness, your testimony, if you would.
This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof, fast.
You ready, kid?
Because I am.
The shooting took place during the second set.
If you're so sure, let's see your proof. We can actually prove exactly when it was. I think. We can prove it based on timing, right?
Right. Wait, if it's played over the loudspeakers.
Objection!
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamiror's song. Song?
What exactly is this device thing? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps?
Come on, we just used this. And don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part.
What?
You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable. Separately, Lamiror's voice included.
Oh,
What does this prove? According to Lamiror's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly.
Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage?
Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets.
Oh,
We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamiror's headsets would have picked up what she heard all the same.
then let's get to analyzing on that recording. Right now.
Lamiror stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. There's nothing coming out of number 2.
Take that!
Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is a track with Lamiror's vocals.
Did hear something faintly there. Yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot.
what? This has to be some kind of mistake. That Pompadour smacked me in the face.
I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamiror's testimony was true.
Ah.
Order! Order! Sure, she was telling the truth about what she heard.
Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Chris said, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon?
Lamiror was moving through the vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough to hear for her mic to catch up to the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, bang! The gun fired again, and Mr. Latusse's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Ah, once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Achtung! That's right! Oh, that's right! He messed up his cue! His shoulder was messed up! I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well,
You what? I'm Prosecutor Gavin. What are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon. Mr. Latusse's 44 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscathed with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was effective because he hurt himself during the shooting? You're forgetting something!
Yes, Detective Crescent.
I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I ain't no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to a police officer is a 38 caliber revolver. A much tamer beast. Although the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim.
So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought has occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say about this? Detective Crescent!
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence has been decisive again? You got a little noise on the tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. 44 Magnum, my bad. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can mount up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Come on, why do I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I ain't got no motive, man! This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouche had not been in our country before?
According to our records, yes, not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great, now I need to find a motive. Her manager, sure, but Mr. Latouche was... Oh, right! Sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just had trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? Not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. That's cold, dog. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. You want a reason? Easy, I ain't got no motive. But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it. This was that diva's first trip into the country, right? Darian, you're a detective with international affairs. Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latus's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs?
That's right. Well, Detective Christian,
That's your game, is it? Guess I better confess then.
confess.
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas.
What? But you're an international.
See, me and Clay's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much.
My condolences, Applehead, but he is telling the truth. He has never set foot outside the country. I can guarantee it.
As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well.
That is so unfair.
How could I possibly know her manager?
So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert?
Nice. I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see, I didn't know him. Why would I kill him?
You sure about that?
What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what.
Applehead, how's it best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah?
Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know.
Using this motive question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. I can think of something. What he was investigating is this replica, right? Maybe this is a connection.
Objection!
Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? It looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescend, you ever see this?
Looks like a piece of candy.
What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon. Never seen one that color.
This is a variety of cocoon only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else.
All right. But what's this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with motive for killing Mr. Latus. Does it?
It does. Wait. I mean, I think it does.
You don't sound confident, man.
A cocoon. It's one of those silky cocoons, the kind that you can make, well, silk out of.
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it is the most efficacious of treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only known medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering.
We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite a commotion in the global community. So the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing.
All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol.
Right. The victim, Roman Latus, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescend, you insist on referring him as a manager, but that is misleading. Roman Latus wasn't killed as a manager, he was killed as an undercover agent.
So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That's what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that it could well be motive for murder.
Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable.
Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business.
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. International Affairs, I know the deal.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latus undercover.
You kiss think up the craziest things, but no way am I going to risk my life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well. You may begin the cross-examination.
It's the only motive I've got. He was up to something. I'm gonna find out what. What evidence would fit this? That won't help. That memo. That's how you knew about the cocoon.
Oh, nice one. Not this one. I'm running scared now.
You had to know about the cocoons to plan this.
Guess how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I've never heard of them.
Well, Emma Roar knew about them, though not through their use. My reports indicates that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoon. Most people only know they're illegal to export, and that's all.
Hey, I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all.
I could say people like me who knew about them are minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter, yeah.
Hold it!
So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche.
All over the world, likely deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing around through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that, well, can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous.
Hold it!
Dangerous?
Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're just part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed.
Hold it!
But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices?
Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. It'd turn your forehead into a Swiss cheese before you could say objection.
Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too.
Who was on trial here again? Hey, you so obviously know nothing about the market.
It's a bad thing?
Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff.
Hold it!
Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system.
Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off the international affairs, man. There ain't no loophole, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts?
That wasn't what I was trying to... Down, Debian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Virginian customs are all watching.
See, we know what we're doing. Like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that Diva says.
Why, I oughta...
Oughta what? You want some of this?
Chill. Both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah?
Screw cool. I want this guy's head on a pike.
Replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. I know what it was. He knows the deal. Perhaps this deal as well. It's the Chief Justice's son who's hit with this disease. What if he's looking for a cure?
Objection!
Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Uh-oh. Ow. No. Go back. Present.
Objection!
There we go. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would.
How famous are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye.
Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article. That's about the Chief Justice's
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. Not just a cure for any disease, a cure for incuritis.
Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning, you dunce.
Ah, but that's the disease that the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal.
That's Detective Christian's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Christian, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
As tasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, my seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
How many sleeves over there will trick you? Don't want me to deal with the Chief Justice? Where's your proof? Well, oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginia Customs barely sleeps, so they're worried about the cocoons getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Just how strict is this custom check? Way strict! They keep planes on the ground for hours! I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows.
Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them.
Right, Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember sitting on the metal detector several times. I had to practically strip naked to them. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glamorous fop.
Hold it!
That's pretty extreme. Virginia has this rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Virginia is a peaceful, pleasant country. So this level of security shows us they are truly concerned about these cocoons. That's the situation.
Hold it!
You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich.
I would be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course.
I weep for our judicial system. I weep. Replica has to be the key. Not everything. Where's his guitar? He told us that it was vacuum packed, right?
Objection!
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it at night, and she made it a present. That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes air pressure and humidity ruins the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Laminator's studio. I use a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get it right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Right. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets of vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was with cocoons in it small? With cocoons this small, it would have been easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, That guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, half-head.
Igniter!
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar?
You mean...
It means this, of course.
Ah!
There's a way to get the cocoon out of the country. They could use Picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band.
You're...
Order! Oh, I will have order! Show the igniter!
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seemed. It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Ah, that forehead. At last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that's happened that day. Here to review? Maestro, the general sounds of the Mirora's ballad, if you'd please. First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ah,
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. The cocoons were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was get rid of the whole lot. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Latouche died, with Ramiro there to witness it. There's your case.
Brilliant, man!
Detective Prashad. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian.
The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there!
True, you have.
Ha! I see you make up a story for that, kid! I'm kinda cocoon in the first place, huh?
It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lemuror heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
but who was it?
This is it. The coup de grace. But once I know what I'm doing, there's only one person who would have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with great accusation comes a great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you will be harshly punished. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
There's only one person it could be. There's only 2 Virginians here, and she's blind as a bat. That only leaves Machi. Take this! There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machi Chobaye.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client!
A defense attorney accusing his client. That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than me. But I'm here to defend him on the murder charge of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lemuror?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you seem so sure yourself.
Reason? Electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals.
Recall that this remote only works in a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lima Roar was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamador could still have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. The tower! It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. The tower rose. Part of the stage was raised 15 feet up. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamador stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamador's position in the air vent. Well, Detective Christian, what do you say to that? Your Honor?
Yes, Detective.
Can we see the video where Gavin's car burns? Just one more time.
Well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Too bad. So sad, punk. First you were sleeves, then kid. Now punk? You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't what we see. Correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We're musicians after all.
Can you explain for us non-musicians?
Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the weave pianist to start off that igniter. That right?
Yeah.
Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right?
Okay.
Oh, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Oh. It didn't skip a beat.
What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounds just fine.
And that's the problem, man! You still don't get it? Yeah! How's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You got Miss Diva for the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drum. The only one with their hands free was the Diva! Lamador, but according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch.
Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing with the guitar catches fire.
Well, it's okay. We all make a mistake sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about this performance there. Odd?
Mr. Justice, if Machi Tobaye didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is.
But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man! Here are some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire! But the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes.
Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant, Machi Tobaye, the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggling. He had to have pressed that switch.
Well, you better find a way to prove it.
Ugh. What do I do?
It has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd.
Wait a second.
What? You thought of something?
What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. Not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd?
You come up with something, Mr. Justice. And I remind you that everything rests on this. You prove Machi Tobae pressed that switch. Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that he did it?
I can. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls on me to ask you to show us evidence supporting it.
Yeah, go ahead. You're sure about this?
Accept it! There's no evidence, man!
See your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claims that the defendant pressed that switch?
There's only one way to prove it. Let's have a closer listen to the piano.
Take that!
The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flames. There's a lull.
Brr, I hear a piano being played.
But, doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand?
One hand?
He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other.
What's he, some kind of piano savant?
Actually, no.
Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand?
Maybe.
Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something?
Mr. Wright, your father. He's a pianist. Could he?
Oh, Dad? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry. So sad for you.
No, not really.
Huh?
That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way.
Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't.
I admit, it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand.
How do you know that?
The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song.
No way.
Welcome back, Rabbit Dude. I think we're about to finish off the case.
Well, it seems that we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame.
Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it. I think it's this one?
Take that!
That's the section. Afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin?
It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding.
Take it to mean that there is no problem with this section at all.
Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard?
switch was pressed at the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to find a place to compare that.
Your Honor, you'll give me one more chance. I think I can find it.
Suppose we don't have a choice. Very well. You claim the defendant was playing with one hand when the switch was pressed. Show us the part that proves it.
She was definitely playing.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you realize this by now. Just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you realized it yourself, Herr Forehead.
Realized what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in the question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase. They don't line up with the lyrics.
Man, how many times we had to listen to the same thing?
You're right. Enough of that. Huh? Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Another section. The guitar burst into flames at the end of the second verse.
Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." That was way more beautiful, wasn't it?
Ah, play verse 2 again. There. Did you hear that? They feel the same, too, but they're clearly very different.
What?
Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You have to use 2 hands to play that for sure.
Ah,
What's that prove?
I would think you'd know that by now.
This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses have different arrangements. It happens all the time.
Not this time, W. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background.
Oh.
That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played. There's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press that switch.
Damn it, bro. Damn, Papador, stop smacking me in the face.
order, order, order! I believe this tallies all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
Yes, quite. Though, personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? Can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state this court's opinion on this matter.
Good show, Sleeves. No, great show.
It's not over. Like it when he looks so happy.
You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing.
Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Herr Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts. Anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But
1,000 facts might point to towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system.
I don't believe it.
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think if he did, we would already have seen it a long way back.
It is unfortunate, but at present this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals?
Apollo, remember what Daddy said?
Won't be easy proving he did it, especially not in the current court system. So what can I do? I said, good luck. Be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter in him. I'm Darius. He said it all.
I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter.
I think this meant a weak spot, no? Kind of thing that makes a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. Won't be able to press him any further by conventional means. Gotta find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal.
So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, you've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand if we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, it'll be out your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo. What? This igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney.
All's the better. I'm not fond of poetry. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Herr Forehead, you are accusing this man Darian Crescent of two crimes. The murder of Latus and the smuggling of Virginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter goes turns out to be a dud. It's the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have at it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent.
This is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is to call a witness. Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
Huh? So what is it?
It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. That's right. If we prove that Machi was the accomplice, we can prove everything. We just have to get him to confess to this, and we win.
Take that!
The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobaye.
Your client, again.
Machi Tobaye was an accomplice for the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who provided to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
How so?
It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latus was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. The residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar.
Ah, very scientific of you.
Thus, if Machi Tobaye acknowledges agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Virginian cocoon, the case is solved.
Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable, but you really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to.
Why not?
Little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling.
What's all this about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Virginian law.
Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, Then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking.
But you're wrong, Detective Crescent.
What?
It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble.
How?
Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Virginia. And they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Virginian cocoon.
Yeah, but...
But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Virginian police. It's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now.
Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me.
Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think that you're really innocent after hearing this trial? Same goes for Machi Tobaye.
Pompadour, stop smacking me in the face. I need to look cool.
The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobaye knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him. And that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling.
Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or, no, a house made out of pianos. Come on. Please, don't.
Take a fork at him, he's done. Daddy, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession?
Uh-oh, he's laughing again.
The kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything.
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From beginning, I knew. Machi, situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in the court of law is evidence. This is a golden rule. However,
It has become apparent that not all things can be tied by the standard.
in another case of this short service, you may have to consider an alternative system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobaye,
Yes?
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
I thank you. I only lie. But you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobaye, not guilty.
Get fucked, Darian!
Court is adjourned.
July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
I wonder what'll happen to Machi.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. I guess there will be another trial here. All's well that ends well.
I owe you both my thanks.
Lemon Roar?
Hi, is something wrong?
I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage, your friend!
Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be?
I'm still sorry.
Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I'm considering an eye operation.
There's my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of light. It seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Amora lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident?
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I fear that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed their mind? Hearing your defense in there today. You could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
The light returns to my eyes. I think I will take up painting.
Painting?
That's right! She's the landscape painter in sound, after all! I'll paint the two of you. I promise. I can't wait, Lenore!
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission.
Apollo. Trucy. I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet! Me too!
So, like a ballad, the trial flowed on until it came to an end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
Have them catch the killer at the end.
and that's gonna be it for this stream. Jesus, 7.5 hours. I'm gonna cut the next stream in half for sure. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to make an impact in someone's life today and make it a great one. I will catch you guys tomorrow for more. See you guys then, and thanks for sticking around for the 300 sub special. Later!